Hello, everybody. Why wasn't that loading? So sorry for that. Welcome to City States of Klovisa. We're back from our break, back from our special, and now we're here with the Ray team to keep on keeping on in episode 36, 37?
Just check all of our well-upkept logs, John.
Yeah. No, that's impossible. Guys,
No,
welcome.
you can check them.
I don't want to check them. They're cringe. Because you haven't done one. Or did you do one? Session 10, Session 11, Session 28. So, between 14 and 28, for 14 weeks,
today.
no sessions were ever logged.
Some say the lore was lost to the ages.
Let's go look at the political team. Okay, we are on 36 because their last session was 35. There you go. Guys, how was your Christmas? In no particular order, but starting with Nathaniel Sadiv, also known as Eric.
Hello, it was awful, but that's how Christmas goes, because you have to be with family members who you hate, but that's okay. In other news, the rest of my life is great, so I like that part. Yeah, that's where I was at. I would like to have more of a vacation, but I'm saving and squandering it later when, there's actual work to be done, because over the holiday, there's no work to be done, so I'm always at work during the holidays. Like, I don't know why people take vacation.
That is fair. Chad, who's also known as Rumble Roar, how are you doing?
Doing well. Most of my Christmas gifts were socks, so I am ecstatic.
I don't.
Dude, I can literally throw away all of my socks and have fresh socks. You know how awesome that is? It's neat.
I'm running out of socks constantly, actually.
Right? Like, you're like, man, I would love 20-something pairs of socks.
Is this real? Is this a real thing?
Like, just be rich enough to only ever wear brand new pair of socks every day.
I was given not one, but 2 advent calendars of socks, John. Yes, this is real.
Oh, shit.
Yeah,
that is
children's socks, and Cloud and Sephiroth are on them.
All right, Ebor Vador, also known as KJC. How was it like in England? Or the UK?
It was okay. Pretty boring. We're in like another lockdown thing.
Oh, okay.
But we've got
what the? Oh, Batman.
Oh. He's merged with the Flash in a special edition.
What?
Wow, the Flash.
They watched too much Super Saiyans doing their thing.
And I've ordered 2 new Pop Funkos from Australia.
Oh shit.
I thought you were off the juice.
I was, but they were exclusive to the US.
Yes, we gamble our life away.
Wait,
yes.
They're exclusive to the US. So you bought them from Australia. Okay.
Yeah, so they should come in like, I think the one's out now, so it's going to take a month to get here, and the other one is out in a month, so probably about 2 months by the time I get it.
Okay, well then.
Yeah, looking at the US price, it was like £60 for one. With the Australian one, I managed to get both for 40-ish. Like, there's conversion rates and stuff. So
for the Canadian viewers, that's 60 kilograms.
Yeah. This is all code for smack. Lei Stong, also known as CK. How are you?
All right. Instead of celebrating Christmas, we celebrated my aunt's birthday because it's the same day. So that was pretty fun. We just played Mario Party the whole day.
Okay. Well done, guys.
How are you, John?
I am fucking great. I've been using this 1 week not to do any prep. We did all the prep for the birthday special, and instead, I wrote 8 to 9 chapters of a book which will never see the light of day. Oh, it's fantastic. It's like a space opera sci-fi kind of thing with like, commanders and political movements, but also like, oh shit, aliens and stuff. But what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah,
don't worry about it.
We all caught that.
Yeah. I have also.
You guys were freaking out. My dog is making some kind of noises behind me. I don't know what he's doing.
Jesus. I have also been slowly expanding Eric/Nathaniel Sediv's nameplate icon. His is considerably bigger than yours on stream now, and it will soon overtake his entire window.
There we go.
I just looked at it. That's a good picture.
I think it is a very fun and good meme. But in other news, we're back. And now, we're back. No more fucking holidays. New Year's doesn't exist. We're going hard until we die. And who knows when that will happen. So I hope you guys are ready. Who wants to give us the recap?
Not it.
Okay, well, we know it's not CK, so...
I mean, long rest, part 1. Right? Like, we're finishing up the long rest. A lot of stuff started. I'll give the Chad side of things.
Yeah, give us the Chad. Come on.
Chad went and confronted Ozark, trying to figure out more after coming into contact with, what was that thing? The rune of knowledge? Rune of...
Yeah, something like that.
Something. So, that was left unanswered. What else happened to Chad? We found out that our money's gone?
Mm-hmm.
And then we built a thing that we will never ever get to use that I know through meta-knowledge.
True.
Sag. That's
Super
the Chad
sad.
perspective. Anyone else want to jump on in?
I got my ass beat by some general because I thought I could be a big man, and now I'm black-pilled on politics.
True.
Like IRA.
What about Ebor? Ebor!
Joy's gone to have a sleep, so she's not been very helpful for a while. I think me talking to some spidery summony thing is still impacting Nathaniel's character quite heavily. I can now summon the spider because I have the spell slot for it.
Yeah.
So maybe we'll have some reward to the consequences that the team had. But
Maybe
not Ebor, because Ebor doesn't need consequences. Nathaniel needs
Why?
them.
What is this impacting my character? Wait a second. Hold
When
up.
you get
I missed
on the
that.
neck and it's getting worse constantly.
Oh, that's fine.
Yeah.
It's a consequence, but not me.
No consequences for the Ray team.
It's making me
am I
more
right?
powerful.
You're gonna become Spider-Man.
Nathaniel, anything that you're happy about?
He's trying to keep the ship together. He's reporting back to his boy Tyrant, the most loyal of the crew, probably.
Undoubtedly.
We gotta get our shit together. We've been flying loose and fast. We now have a base of operations in the warehouse with our beautiful temple. Book got taken away by Spider Ozark, but that's okay. That's what I'm here for. We're here to get resources to our boys so that we can win the God War. That's what it's all about.
True.
Also, I had transcribed exactly everything that Ebor had read from it, so I'm gonna go make my temple anyways. And also, I've sloughed off my father's alcoholism. It doesn't have free space in my head anymore. So
that's great. We are actually going to start off with Nathan, or Nathaniel, if you'd prefer. It is the 4th of July. You all had said you were going to meet up. Then you guys all took some time off. Ebor's off somewhere gallivanting in the woods, trying to do some weird ritual. Chad is drinking and making sure his locker is still secure, which has what little mithril your team has, as in aggregate. And Lei Stung is having a mental breakdown, realizing that, politics, just big waste of time. But Nathaniel, you are awoken to this strange, almost high-pitched wailing sound in your head. You, as we all know, live in the upper loft bit of your warehouse that you have bought/rented from the Smugglers Guild. It used to be sort of just a place where people would dump shit off, and then, it's a big warehouse. But you've spent over 1,000 GP securing it, then you spent another 1,000 making this dope-ass fucking stone statue shrine, and then you are awoken. It is a terrible screeching sound, and as you grog yourself to your feet, how does Nathaniel sleep? Is he like a full dude? It's kind of...
It's like super weird. He meticulously makes his bed every morning because he wanted to be nothing like his sloppy father, so he keeps his life together. So when he's also in bed, it's kind of just like leaning back on the pillows with his like hands on his chest, like here, just so like, whew, like, and he's like up and ready, and like, what is that noise? Like, what is happening? It stumbles out of bed and like sprays the like covers everywhere. Like, what? It's still going, I assume, right?
You look for it, you hear it. There is this blinding red light that's just strobing through the window, not leading out where you can have a vantage point to the ocean, or a view, as we call it in the real estate market. But that was a little meme, I'm sorry. But inside the warehouse itself, where your obelisk, your statue, your shrine is. And as you shake your head, you blink a few times, and then the light begins to clear. You look at a strange scene of a frog man, like a humanoid frog man, dragging another version of himself out of a window. Like one of your upper windows next to the door. He's literally just like walking up it, just vertically, as though it's ground to him. And he is hauling.
He's trying to walk up to one of the higher windows and throw himself out.
Yeah, he's basically already up there. About to just like jump down from a trap door. But to you, it's a window. This is some weird shit.
Yeah. I walk out onto the balcony that's there and peer over the railing and look at him and say, "Do you know that this is my warehouse?"
You, in your patronizing tone, call out to him, but he's already gone. You could have shot at him. You could have killed him outright with a sneak attack. But he's just gone.
If I walk over to the window that he hopped out of and touch it, like what happens?
You will touch the glass.
Yeah.
You walk along the catwalk all the way towards the window. You have to reach over a little ledge since it's not like directly connected, but you can like reach the lock. It was unlocked, apparently.
Weird.
And you're like 99% certain you lock all your windows at night.
I go back to, I close the window and lock it and go back to my study or my loft, and I get out a piece of paper and I write down every detail that I understand of this frog person and the moments of this time, as I might be able to scry on this person at a future date, or figure out who this was.
Yeah, give me a charisma check.
Come on, character sheet. Let's go. Charisma. Click.
Okay. I'm
feeling... Wait, John, hold up. I'm feeling lucky right now.
Feeling luckier? Are you really going to burn a luck point this early?
God damn it. All right.
The light, the weirdness of just waking up, and just the surrealness of, like, this abstract frog man. Literally, like, a 6-foot-tall, gray-skinned frog dude just walking up a wall is... I mean, that in and itself is pretty descriptive, and you think for a moment. And then your night will more or less come to an end. But Ebor, during the darkness of this night, on July 4th, the great big moon, beautiful and ever full except the one day that it's not. Is it time? Is it time to do the ritual Joy wished to help you complete?
You referring to the debonair spider one?
I sure am.
I think we should probably wait till we need it, because it probably isn't best to do it in the city of Toast.
It's not, no. But you can always take a monorail or take a day off. Go spend some time in the outlying territory 50 miles away from Tulsa somewhere. And Joy will help you make your introduction to a demon. Because until you are introduced and you have a full agreement, this demon cannot just immediately help you on whim. So, whenever you wish to do that. Joy is more than willing to help you. She actually seems a little excited that you want to do this, because this is like actual wizard shit, you know? Consorting with foul monstrosities, tasting the temptation of foul sorceries. What wizard does not want to conquer this kind of magic?
Let's go do it then, if I can't do it otherwise.
Yeah. Oh my god, I baited him. This is all I've ever wanted. Okay. John has to go find something. Let's go to the Greater Tulsa map, which isn't important for you guys to see yet. Alright, do you want to go north or south of Tulsa to do this?
Do I have a general idea of which is safer?
Well, to the south, the nearest town that is outside of, like, no one's gonna see me do crazy magical bullshit is called the Heights of Terror. That's the closest one, and the other one is literally in the wilderness across a river. So, probably the Heights of Terror to your south will be your best bet.
We'll go there then.
Hell yeah. Where are my demon names? John? Demon names, demons. There you are. There you are indeed. Okay. You, during the darkness of this night, in the beautiful Heights of Terror, as they are known, a cliffside / seaside village, hamlet kind of thing, where only like 40 to 60 families are scattered around in the sea of trees. You have picked a spot that Joy particularly likes in the woods. It's all gloomy, it's gross, it's terrible, and as she directs you on how to make a perfect salt circle, and you begin to spend, I think it's 50 GPs worth of random components that we're just going to sort of hand wave, you getting secretly over the course of these past weeks or so. You begin to incant the ritual. This is to summon Torgruzen, the spider entity that is dressed so nicely in the picture, is it not, Ebor?
I think so. You described it as very nice looking.
He was. He was like wearing a full suit. He had like thin legs. He didn't have that gross like body that most spiders have. Like, you know, the what's it called? What's a big bulbous
Thorax.
The thorax, thank you. You know, the carapace, it seemed to be like, oh, gleaming, and he had a little bow tie on in his depiction. You make a magical circle. It's about 10 feet in radius. It's aligned with salt. The strange symbols that you make from your copy of the Grimoire in the forbidden section of Ozark's library takes nearly an hour to complete until you're satisfied, but you do so. And then finally, with a droplet of your own blood and saying the magical verbal component, a darkness will fall upon you. The star's light, the moonlight above will begin to become unimportant as you begin to hear a skittering sound around you. As John changes the music. There we go. Ebor, this is your first time coming into contact with an extra planar entity, to my memory anyway. Are you worried? Are you scared? Are you excited? What's going through Ebor's mind as shadows begin to fall upon your face?
I mean, there's a little bit of apprehension, but it's true excitement. And he's seen what's his face's goat, and that doesn't do much. So maybe this is going to be like that, but a spider. So he's not really worried, he's more just excited.
Okay. Excited, not worried at all. Joy telling you to remain on guard, but also feeding into that excitement because she is filled with positivity. You are her wielder after all. She wants you to become a bigger and better wizard. And this, of course, is one of the things any wizard should be able to do. Any real wizard with a capital W. You take in a deep breath as the insects and the bird calls and the nightly animals begin to fade out of existence for you. You look up in the canopy. The stars and moon are more or less gone as the shadows begin to conglomerate within your salt circle and almost phasing into reality. These shadows congeal until a creature about 7.5 feet tall with long spidery legs, all forming some weird, very human, almost hourglass-like body, emerges as if falling from the sky or canopy or tree above you. It wears a top hat. It has a very white, almost bone-white bow tie on, and it wields a cane that is a spider's leg. Its face, non-human in any sense of a word, except for the 8 very human, non-spider eyes staring upon you. It has a mouth full of fangs and mandibles, and its hands, pale white, very similar to its bow tie itself, wrap along the top of the cane, which is a real spider's head. And it greets you. Who is the wizard that dare make contact with the other side?
My name is Lador. I'm one of the finest wizards around, and I thought you could help me.
Oh. The spider creature, you don't even really get to see move closer, but it, is just suddenly crossed the 5 feet up to the border of your salt symbol. The creature looks down at it, gives a small, and then looks up to you, or I guess down upon you, since just the height difference. A wizard requires our assistance. Tell me, how may I be of service? And what is it you will give me in return for such a service?
I might need you to help me get rid of some bad people and fight for me, as sometimes we go against big challenges, so maybe you being an aid would help make the fight more fair for us, at least.
A fight, combat, hostile engagements. I am Torzun. I do not fight. I kill. I predate. I am a master of perdition. I will not fight for you, but I will kill for you. This will cost you, however.
What is it that you'd want?
We have just met. I would like a reintroduction to this world. That's what I would like. So many of my friends, my enemies, have resurfaced. Do you know of the creature known as Jerome?
I've heard of him.
I wish
I
to know
believe
where he
he's
is.
Gnome King or something like that, my friend was saying.
Yes. Jerome, King of the Gnomes. He has destroyed many webs of mine. I wish to have the opportunity to find him.
He's someone that I'm also probably going to have to deal with at some point. So
How wonderful. Our alignments are in line, then. I will kill someone for you. You will give me a name, and I will hunt them down and exterminate them. But in repayment, you shall let me loose, or if not that, as I sense you aren't that stupid, you will let one of my vassals go in my place to hunt down this crow man.
So I would give you a target, you would kill them, and then I let one of your vassals go kill Jerome.
Correct.
Okay. At the moment, I haven't got a specific person that needs to be killed. Today was just going to be the introduction. I hope that doesn't offend you by wasting your time, but I thought this was the thing that we needed to do, was speak.
No, I love the fragrant smells of this world. This is a gift all unto itself. Its 8 unblinking eyes continue to stare down upon you.
So who are these other enemies that you speak of? Because you said there's many.
Oh, you know. I've lived a very long existence.
What about Tyrant?
I'm sorry? Could you speak up?
Has anyone called the Tyrant ever been an issue for you? At the moment, he's one that's making many enemies around here.
I hear the same thing. Unfortunately, I cannot just give away information freely. That would be a deal unto itself. If you wish to exchange information, I am more than willing to talk shop.
Sure. What would you like to know?
What are the codes to the defense? No. Well, I know your name is Lador, but where do you come from? Whose service are you of?
I've been doing some work in Toast. That's where I was born. And some of the stuff lately to make sure that I'm capable of doing the things I want to do. I've done some work for people there.
Where is Toast?
It's north, wasn't it, John?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Joy
it's
pops
north.
it into your head as soon as you answer, like, oh, you just gave him 2 pieces for nothing. What are you doing? The spider immediately smiles, its mandibles twitching into this weird crescent. Toast is to our north, then. Interesting. This is where the tyrant is?
Probably. I don't know
I
his
see.
current whereabouts.
Joy pops in. You should probably ask him something before he just keeps winning this conversation, Ebor. Come on, this is a negotiation.
So, there is a creature called Mephilio that we were interested in.
Ooh.
Have you heard of him?
Of course, who hasn't in our realm?
Is that something you'd be able to kill? Or is that...
Oh, Mephilio! Kill, battle, fight. It would be a pointless thing for us. After all, we share such a tight but expansive space. One squabble leads to another, and then we're both distracted.
So he'd be off the table as a target that I could pick?
No.
Oh.
You know Mephilio? Is he here? On this realm?
I don't know, but I heard he was a very strong opponent that people I know were interested in hunting him down, and he seemed like the best thing that I could try and gauge your ability against. Because I don't really know what you can do.
It's true. Much as I don't know what you can do. And he sort of pokes the salt circle around with his spidery cane, picking up some dirt and, like, messing with it a little bit. Who is your master, Ebor?
I don't really have a master.
Nonsense.
I
You
have
are a
someone
wizard.
I spent all my life trying to make sure that I have no master. I don't want a master. I want to be someone else's master. But until I get powerful enough to have absolute control, I've done work with people that I'd rather not do work with. But no, I don't have an actual master.
Spider creature begins to skitter down. Its long legs, he's kind of built like a weird stalk kind of creature, as though like all of his weird 8 limbs just pop from his neck rather than having a true body. And as he like gets very low to the ground, his legs just sort of bending and expanding, so he's no longer this regal figure, but just a very low to the ground head with fangs and human eyes. He looks up at you and says, "We are all slaves to something, Lador. I wonder what it is that can enslave you."
At the moment, the person that I work for is the most powerful person in the realm. So I'm making sure that I have people that are powerful behind me, but maybe not forever. Depends how life works out.
A good wizard is known for having many contingencies. Alas, I believe our time is coming close. This introduction is nothing like the true bond we could share.
What would the true bond that we could share?
A bond of friendship. And joy immediately rings out in your head. You don't want it to be your friend. Don't let it be your friend. The spider, once more, just nudges the salt a little. Kind of, not like damaging the ring, but moving salt particles out of it. Just an itty-bitty bit. When you have decided to release me upon this world on a target, please don't hesitate. I am one who values what little time I have in this world, and I am a very busy creature.
Well, I'll get back to you when I have someone that needs to die.
Thank you so
Thank you
much
for
for
your
your time. You both say the same things. He says jinx and then immediately flips or just stabs the salt symbol. His body turns to chalk and he falls apart into nothing, leaving this strange, gross, gravel-like substance in his spider-like place. Joy will immediately tell you, can you just go ahead and kick all of that around so he can't materialize back on his own? And I suppose after you've completed that, your introduction has been made.
Yeah.
Okay. Any thoughts on that you want to share with your party, or should you just take that in for a moment?
Point of order, he didn't just blurt out Schmitty. Like, I don't know how this man has such restraint.
I feel like this is going to be one thing that we do maybe once, and it has a big cost. But I don't know. It's nice knowing that I've got someone that can talk the talk about killing people, but I don't know the cost.
Well, whatever it will be, consorting with a fiend is always a risky gamble. But you have made contact with a spider-like assassin from a different realm of existence. So who knows what sort of consequences will come from that. Wei Stung and Chad, we aren't going to go to you this night. I don't think anything truly important happens. But if you wish to do anything during this night, now's the time to speak up. Because on the 5th, which is tomorrow, we're going to decide our new quest.
Lei Sung is currently throwing around shit in his room, crying, screaming, wailing. He's like, did the government do the spirit beast attack? What am I gonna do now with my life? I don't have any. I killed 2 horses in their fucking costume. Why? Why did I do that? And he's just having a moment. He's just in his dorm in the thing, so anyone passing by could also just hear it.
Yeah, all of your roommates are like, what the fuck is going on with Lei Stung?
Scare's running.
I think Chad is fucked off a bit. He'd be using his boots of slippers of spider climb to just be on rooftops, away from people. He's waiting to hear from Ozark. He's heavily invested in finding out his backstory, or if there's anything that comes from this lead from Ozark. As John laughs intensely.
No, I'm just like the idea of Chad, just this drunk fucking homeless guy, just Batman brooding like on the equivalent to like the Empire State Building or the Chrysler Building, just like, oh, where did I come from?
I like the idea that the boots are keeping you on the building instead of crashing to the ground.
Yeah, like some sort of Rick and Morty nonsense.
You brood, and on the 5th, you all will gather once more. Nathaniel, your spider bite has grown significantly. And
excellent.
Yes, Ozark has finally gotten the bullshit required to remove Curse You. So he is willing to do that today. Or he offers, well then, do you really want to see how badly this can get? I don't recommend it.
I don't know. Did you have other ideas for removing it and trapping it, or reverse engineering it for your own power, or consuming it yourself?
I am a wizard. I dabble not in curses. That would be a hexologist or some kind of witch.
Got it. Well, we should probably get rid of it.
Alright. He will slap you in the face, and then, like, while you're kind of stunned, like, ow, he will throw weird material components in the air, which will hover and spin around you until you hear this terrible death screech of a weird fucking spider cry. Just in your ears, in your head, in the hallway. You guys, like, you were on the way to the snack room. This is in the middle of a hallway. And everyone who was, like, walking by you stops to look as this clearly audible noise is heard. And then you just kind of like, oh, wow, my neck feels great. It's like there's no longer a spider in my skin. And out comes this weird black ooze from your body, which Ozark with a paper towel will collect.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh, that's
Seems
a lot
good.
of ichor. You probably should have had this looked at a while ago. It's been like a month or something, right?
Yeah, it happened right before we arrived at the Pumpkin Town.
He nods.
You said he picked it up with a paper towel.
Yeah, he's just like dabbing it with a paper towel.
Bounty, the quicker ichor picker upper.
Jesus Christ.
Thanks, Ozark. Appreciated.
You're
feel
welcome.
free to have that's my liquid, the spider liquids. I don't know. Whatever you're gonna do with that, that's
I
your.
was just gonna
That's yours?
throw it in the biohazard bin. But, let's go to the snack room. I'll follow you. And he continues to,
Yeah.
dab at the back of your neck, which is just oozing with this weird black pus.
It's the only time an Ozark has ever put their arm around a non-Ozark. Just help you with that.
Yeah, just like, here you go. No, he'll mage hand, so it doesn't look like you're friends.
True.
Which will be even weirder, because you'll start to, outpace him, but he has to keep using his action to move the mage hand.
Bonus action.
Oh, okay. Well, then you guys will keep pace. You guys will meet at the snack room. Igor is present, and he just, banging the table. Briefcase! Briefcase! Super excited to go to the briefcase.
Yeah, this is rescuing Ebor's father, probably.
Mm-hmm. We do. We do have a thing in this briefcase, yeah. I'm still kind of sad and weeping.
Ozark looks to you, Leishtang, since he followed Nathaniel in. The others, your tyrant and his harem, more or less, not there with him at the moment. Why are you crying, Leishtang? What has gotten into you?
A lot of things got in and out of me, and it makes me feel weird about what I'm supposed to do in the world.
I thought that was Igor, not you.
He has it worse, I think.
It's true, I looked at the Moru tape.
What?
Don't
What are
worry
you
about it.
talking about?
You have a restraining order. Calm down.
What did I do?
Got a restraining order, I hear. He makes fun of Leishtang for a moment. Looks to the light sleepers, Nathaniel, Chad, and Ebor.
Hello.
I see we're awkwardly staring at one another. Should I come back?
No. This is a good as time as any. But first, there was a frog person walking up the wall with what appeared to be an image of themselves at my warehouse.
Yes, unfortunately, one of our other task force members played a guinea pig to your spell that you brought back. We thought it would be better to use them. That way there was a disconnect and you guys would have free access to it if the, test went well. She, Coraline, I'm told her name is, abused this power, snuck back into your warehouse during the night. While you were gone, we went there earlier in the day. But she came back and fucked around and found out, as the kids say.
Well, that's exciting. I will put it under lock and key, I guess, unless you've already handled that.
Yes, we've taken the book, which is like the main spell component. You will need approval now if you wish to utilize the shrine.
That's fine.
Yes. I'm glad to hear that. That being said, we're not taking it away yet. Only one task force member has been removed from the task force due to her avid history of abusing things. So we're not willing to take it off the table for everyone else, just because one bad egg wants to spoil the rest.
Yeah. Do we know if that person has told anyone else of the location of this shrine that we have? I've upped security, but that may or may not be enough, as it seems like you all were able to get in there just fine.
The political team knows where your station currently is. We have told them that there will be restricted access to it, but if the needs are important enough, and the spell can go off successfully enough after further testing, which I'm sure you all will want to do, anyone should be able to have access to this.
Yeah, of course.
Plus, you can't stop me from entering, so, I might as well be upfront with it.
Yeah, it's not stopping you from entering, it's stopping our enemies from entering.
Mm-hmm. He nods.
Thank you.
Are we gonna jump in the briefcase? Because I think we need to prep for that.
I think you do, as well. I have begun runes of recalling, which should help you make a quick escape, so long as you are not immediately cut off or under the dispel magic effect. From what I understand, there is like an anti-magical barrier that you all will cross, which will temporarily disable magical items, but after that they should kick back in with their internal systems. I don't know the implications of this. If you all have, like, permanent magical items, I suggest you may not wish to rely on them, or perhaps even bring those with you. Because it could reset their attunement, as it were. Should be careful of that.
How interesting.
You know,
I can leave the boots here. That's fine.
like a +1 weapon should be fine, since it doesn't require that, like, binding to you of your magical properties, but anything of, you know... Well, he looks at Igor, excuse me. It's like, your helmet's... I'm not sure how that will affect you. You may become dumb again, Igor. Which makes Igor sad.
Is there anything we can, like, put in it to make, like, a beacon for someone to find? Like, magically?
What do you mean, beacon?
Like, you know how we have those flares? Like, can we, like, set off fireworks in that place and hope, like, it's seen by someone?
We will be trying to scry upon you. Part of my magic going with you with these runes will allow me to do that. I also know you all quite well, almost intimately. So I should have a better chance of being able to scry upon you, so long as you're not in an area of forbiddance or other, you know, magical bullshit. I'm gonna be having whatever sort of... I'm gonna be helping, just not there.
Okay.
He puts a hand on your shoulder, Leishtung.
Thank you.
I'm not going to leave you to die.
Tissues all over the table, my mascara's running.
You applied mascara so it would run.
No, he's just always in makeup. You guys don't know this. He's just always wearing makeup this whole time.
Leishtung's always been wearing makeup?
Now he has been. Crazy.
Secrets
Yeah,
out.
no one ever asked, so, you know.
Mhm. I think my hair's so shiny. I do it every morning.
That's fair. Any concerns? Should I go and summon the tyrant? He's currently at a brunchin' or some sort of weird morning meeting.
I'm ready.
Oh, we should look over if... Do you have any more magic potions restocked since last time?
Oh. I think we do. I think... Armory, there we go. We are at 11 common healing potions. Your cap for them is 4. You get the extra one this month.
4 it is.
So go ahead and
write down 1.
take those. They do cost 50 gold pieces in resources, just for materials, so that she can keep making more. But
Okay.
yeah.
Something I thought about right now, John. Igor has all our stuff. If we're going to be splitting up gear,
Does he?
What do you mean all
believe
our
so.
stuff?
Doesn't he have all like the potions and the goops that we came back from Pumpkins with?
Fuck.
I don't think we didn't divvy those out. We divvied out all the magic items. We didn't divvy out the consumables.
Grenade, ring of mind shielding, magical breastplate, great sword of lifesteal, hempen rope, super backpack, rations, mobile field well, climber's kit, precious gems, plate armor +1, healing goop, 5 uses, and the goggles of night. He only has the healing goop, it looks like.
Then that's all we ended up with.
Yeah. I think it's called like Utikin's ointment or something by the book. I'll make sure ointment. No, it's called something else. He Ogtome's ointment. Is that what it's called? Yeah. It is that item. I will add it to... Oh, fuck. How... Dungeon Master's Guide. I'm sorry. Is this important right now? Do we care about the ointment?
This just making sure we had that all accounted for when we're potion grabbing and divvying now.
Do the potions now. Just don't give Igor one since he has cure wounds and stuff.
One apiece?
Yep,
Mm-hmm.
I wrote down my 50 gold as well.
Yeah, alright.
Cool. That being said, is there any other stuff you guys need to, like, divvy out money-wise? Because Igor has 515 gold on him right now.
I believe we divvied out gold prior to leaving to the pumpkins, but we never divvied out, like, gems and whatever, if anyone cared to divvy those out.
I mean, Chad would take some for spending cash, but he's not really looking to buy anything currently.
I think we can leave that here, probably. We're not going to be needing money where we're going right now, right?
We don't know where we're going. We could need money at some point.
Well, I have 800 on me, so...
Oh my god. Okay, well, maybe you bank some of that down to, like, I don't know, 150 at most, and, like, you don't need to lose it all if we
I'll cut it in half. I'll leave 400 here.
Okay, just a thought.
Right,
do what you please.
I'll probably leave my 400. Leave it in toll storage, right?
John, quick question for the...
You can store it in my warehouse if you want.
I'm sorry?
The Summon Debonair Spider spell, is it a ritual, or is it something that I actually have to prepare to cast?
It is a ritual.
Okay.
It costs 50 GP worth of salt, incense, and blood. Yeah.
Because I haven't got any of this down, it's just the name of the spells on my sheet.
Yeah.
So it's a ritual. Is it casting time of like an action, but then plus 10 minutes because it's a ritual? Or...
Yeah. Let's do 1 action plus 1 hour. Because you want to be extra safe here. You don't want to, like, fuck it up midway. And then, the spider's immediately going to attack you and just run amok in the world.
So it was salt and...
Yeah. This lets you make contact with him. In theory, he can give you more spells to summon. You can deepen your bond with him. How about we say that for right now?
Cool. So yeah, I put down as a ritual. It needs salt 50 GP, and it's an action plus an hour.
Mm-hmm.
I presume it's a conjuration spell.
Yeah.
In case it ever comes up. And I'll leave it as that for now. So yeah, I won't prepare it because it's a ritual, so unprepare it as a spell.
Cool.
Does everyone have food and water?
I do.
Bedrolls?
Yep.
Bedroll check?
Igor has my bedroll, I think.
Okay.
I'm restocking my food and water from last time.
Yes, please restock. Igor has 2 blocks of incense, a censer, vestments, blankets. Where's his... Okay, 2 bedrolls, perfect. Why did he set them to 0? Wait, what the fuck? God damn it, Devin. He's always messing with his fucking sheet. Okay. I can't actually edit this for some reason. There we go. Oh. Okay. He's still within variant weight. So, we are good. Any other things that we need to talk about?
I need wizards. We don't really have a solid escape plan. We're just kind of going in, right?
I mean, maybe we can come back through the briefcase. Maybe the briefcase is a one-way only on the way in there, but once we pop out on the other side, there's going to be able to scry upon us to know where we're at. I look at Ozark. I assume you can send messages across long distances to communicate with Ebor or myself.
I have sending.
Yeah.
Our boy Igor is encumbered.
Can't he carry 400 pounds?
In total, yeah. But he still follows variant weight.
You still drop off your backpack in combat.
True. I'm checking, though, because this affects overland movement.
That would be my major concern, is once we're at wherever we're going to be at, and then probably flee from there, or reinforcements arrive. It will take a while for that to happen. If we have a sense of where it is taking us in the world, we could dress for the occasion, would be my concern, so that we blend in with the locals.
Well, we should have something also to help us. Like, wait, hold on. Wizards can, like, sense other wizards' powers, right?
Ozark nods.
Okay. So I guess you'll be, like, our metal detector when we're in there, Ivor. So I was thinking, like, what if we have, like, trouble locating them in the castle once we're there? Or whatever it is.
I think it's more when I see them, I can sort of judge how good they are. It's not like a homing radar, like beep, beep, there's one over there, guys.
Is there like a magic radar?
There is a spell called like Rotate Creature, which I don't know, but I could maybe try and learn something like that. But it's a very short range and a short time, so...
Detect thoughts could possibly be better than that, but...
That's an even shorter range, though.
Yeah.
I think. So we're going to be... If we were, say, in a prison, and we were going down like a prison block, I could do it knowing there's going to be someone within a radius, but if we're just in a town, it's a hit and
I would
miss.
imagine this dumps us out. The person who made this probably has it dump us out into a prison of some kind, would be my concern.
That makes sense. We need something to break out of a prison cell.
Yeah, I have my burglar's pack and a set of thieves' tools. Maybe I should make that 2 sets.
You never know when one might break. He hands you a thieves' tool,
4.
which he had confiscated from Coralie.
Oh, good. The second set. Appreciate it.
Would you like a third? He prepares to hand you another one. Because Coraline always held on to 2.
In case you break 2, and we need the third to get out, you know.
Yeah, who knows how many wizards are stuck in there?
A lot. I think basically every other wizard. There's a lot of them were taken. I think someone said a number at one point. It was like 50 wizards or something crazy that were missing.
Yeah. Who knows? Any other preparations? Chad, Nathan, Ibor, Lishtong?
Don't
I mean,
think so.
Chad's gonna go check on his storage, but we're in the middle of a meeting right now, right? So
Yeah. Do you need
Do we-
anything from your storage?
no, I would have dropped some stuff off.
We'll just say you go
I
there
remember
later.
the bullshit. I remember the bullshit I wanted to ask you. Did we bump into Bogeable yet? I think we did that last time. Right?
Bumping
No one
Boges.
has bumped into Bogeable. He was busy getting married.
Oh.
However,
tracked
Bogeable would return sometime this week.
I want to give
roll
him
me
back.
roll me a 1d20.
I want to give him back this glaive that I found under that bed. Ooh.
Yes, Bogeable's here. Somewhere in the Tyrant's Court, Bogeable can be found. Maybe he's, resuming command and doing a checkup on Xenos' betrayal, which apparently went into battle without him, which he's somewhat annoyed with. But he can't be that mad.
Bogeable, I heard you got married.
Ah! Yeah. Hey, how's it going, Chad?
Chad would arrive with the glaive, but the glaive would be wrapped in wrapping paper, like tightly wrapped. Like, I got you something.
Oh. He picks it. Oh, it's heavy. Oh, it's a glaive. And you, Chad, are prompted with a immediate insight check.
Where the hell did my character sheet go? Insight.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm great at insight. Hey.
Even with an 11, you notice, all of the competency, I suppose, is how we'll describe Bogeable earlier, is kind of gone. No longer does he look so muscular, so, willing to throw down as if his life depended on it. He looks kind of tired. His muscles have, shrunken a little bit. And he doesn't have that, cool, almost mysterious man on a mission, aura being projected anymore. So when you give it to, a glaive that you had seen him, strapped in armor, carrying multiple weapons, a fucking heavy crossbow at his side, which is now gone, he kind of, unexpectedly, takes a step back from just the weight of the weapon.
You alright there, bud?
Oh, yeah. Thanks. I didn't... Thank you,
You were super
Chad,
upset
seriously.
after all the lost weapons in the dungeon.
Yeah, I wasn't really in my right mind. It's kind of
What do you
weird.
mean? I know a little bit about being haunted by demons. Tell me
No,
about it.
yeah, and he, grips his head and, puts the glaive, on its haft, and he, unwraps it a little to make sure he's not grabbing the blade. He's like, yeah, everything is kind of a haze. I barely remember what happened in the dungeon. I remember
Me too.
running a lot,
A lot of riddles.
It's...
A lot of lizards. But they weren't really lizards.
No. Anyway, thank you for this. This will... yeah, thanks.
Yeah, man. How's Xenos' betrayal doing? You gonna be our captain again?
I'm gonna be the captain again.
Is that the right term? I can never remember with Igor and all his bullshit terms.
No, it's the right term. I am technically, I am the rank captain, on my tax return now. But Igor wants to be the captain, so he calls me the pilot, because he doesn't want to be the shipmaster, which is what he technically is on his tax return. Which I'm told taxes are coming up, so you guys should probably,
You should, come up with a clever workaround for this where you are the captain, but Igor is the captain. I don't know. Maybe
I'm
it's
not
too
sure.
much. I'm not a boat person. I just like riding on it. Glad you're back!
Thanks. He offers to give you, like, this weird hug. But...
Oh, full hug from
Oh,
Chad.
You hug Chad. Or he hugs Chad. You hug Bojable, and then you awkwardly walk away. Or he does, instead.
Good talk.
Good. See ya, dude. Have fun doing raid team stuff. No
I don't know,
consequences.
We're gonna go punch wizards or something. Yeah.
Hell yeah. He goes somewhere. Probably to Vegetti's, but your meeting with Bojable complete. We flash back to the meeting room. Everyone just looking at Chad, who went silent.
You see Nathan in the
biting
meeting
an
room.
orange.
Yeah. And discussing about, well, what if we get charmed? What if they can read our minds? What if they try to come back through the briefcase once we go through? And just running down a whole myriad of scenarios.
Do we even have, like, do we all have projectile weaponry as well? Because wizards can fly.
I have my bow.
I do
Chad
have the
says-
javelins, my only range.
Chad says, I've got a gun back in my storage locker. I think I have a short bow too, but I don't really use projectiles much.
You know, you got it, Igor.
I mean, I've got like firebolt and stuff for range. If it gets close, I can stab it, but
I can run farther than most wizards can shoot most spells, so I'm not too worried about it.
Okay.
Why even use magic when you have a
Alright.
gun, says Timur.
So I started blasting.
I started blasting. Ozark looks at you. I will have the runes ready by this evening, if that is the time you wish to, well, fuck around and find out. I don't know if you have any other worries or things you wish to do, but I know not if this may be the last time I will physically see you again. So perhaps get your affairs in order, and then tomorrow, we'll set off bright and early.
is it possible?
Excuse me.
can
Yeah,
write-
love that. Thank you.
Like a hand crossbow?
A hand crossbow?
Yeah.
A regular one, probably. Yeah, we could find one.
It's a normal sized one for you.
Can you pay for one? You can just go down to the local hand crossbow store and pick one up.
Oh, I don't know. I've never really needed to buy a crossbow. I don't know how that worked, but I guess.
I'll take you.
Yeah, Nathan knows where to find them. Pirates love hand crossbows.
Yeah, no problem. We go and get you one this evening.
Cool.
Anyone else for evening activities?
I don't know what Igor means by precious gems 4998. I think he's just been carrying 5,000 GP worth of gems on him this whole time. So if we wish to utilize that magical spell shrine, which I think I posted to you all, now would be the time to get permission to do that so that we can fuck around with it before we set out for who knows how long in this next adventure. Is there any timey-wimey look back in the past shenanigans we wish to try to pierce the veil of?
If Ozark has nothing more on Chad's past, Chad volunteers.
I mean, he doesn't, really.
There's
He
nothing.
did-
There was no follow-ups. He was named by name.
Well, he did a follow-up, but he found out that someone literally just left you at a door to the orphanage. And by the orphanage, he means the bottom of his mountain, back when it was much taller and wasn't preferenced with the Tyrant's Pillar of Authority, but Ozark's Pillar of Authority. And when he discovered you, he just took you to an orphanage. And he's just like, hey, I found this baby someone left. And then they took it, and that's where you grew up before you ran away and then became who you are.
Oh, Chad, did you share this story with the rest of the team, or is it just between you?
Not yet.
Okay.
He hasn't gotten enough information to deem worth sharing in his eyes.
Well, he just shared all that, I guess. If you asked him right then and there. It's like, hey, did you ever do a follow-up? He's like, yeah, blah, 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 blah.
Do we have so when the mithril was stolen, was there anything left from it?
As in evidence?
Yeah.
No. Fingerprinting isn't really a thing yet.
No, like more like so they just took all of the mithril and the I probably had it like on a pallet or something, or the box that it was in. Was that still left over?
The pallet was, yeah. The mithril.
All right,
no,
I propose that we use this pallet to scry upon the past in terms of who took our mithril, and offer up 500 GP, those precious stones.
That's a better idea. Let's do that.
Is this really... Ozark's just gonna, like, question you. Is this really important to you?
What, don't you like
I kinda
mithril?
know it's the Valor faction.
I mean,
Like,
if you can...
kinda
Yeah,
told
don't
that,
you
right?
already know who stole it? Is this just confirmation?
Yeah,
This is confirmation, and also
Alright.
how they did it, and then we can understand the power level of who we're dealing with.
Okay.
Also,
if
this
that's
is
what
a
you
low
want.
risk. This is a low risk testing out the shrine.
Oh, yeah, that is true.
Wait, Ozark, how strong are the Valor faction, by the way?
They are strong enough to go against a Lich, which is not small by any means.
Oh.
They openly combat Clowntown.
No way.
Yeah,
I
of
hate
course.
them.
You hate Clowntown?
I hate people who are able to fight with Clowntown.
Why? Are you a clown? Are you a juggalo?
I don't know, I'm not. But it makes me upset that it happened.
Alright, well...
Something deep in me that I can't figure out why. Maybe something happened.
Well, I know Igor's got a lot of gems to spend, and the more, apparently, you spend on it, the higher chance there is to succeed. So...
We will spend. We'll just try the baseline of 500 GP of precious stones, and go from there.
Well...
Right? Testing.
True. Ozark will be there with you. Why don't we knock all these out one at the same time? Because I want the 5th to be done completely. Is there any other scrying in the past we wish to try to do? As we all know, wizards cannot activate this, so someone will have to do this for Ebor if he wants something scryed upon.
Nathaniel, volunteer?
I sure do.
Okay, cool. Any things?
I'm trying to figure out where I copied this entire spell over to.
I could repost
It's
it
in
for you.
general. I can repost it.
Was it
Okay.
in general?
Oh yeah, you've got your own little private server. Forgot.
The
I got it,
bullshit,
I got
yeah.
it.
The side bullshit.
Okay.
One.
The anti-tyrant discourse. Discord server.
Oh, did you need to invite? Did you need
Whoa,
to invite
it's
to
not that one.
I don't
It's
need
not that
another
one.
invite. Thank you, Leishtong. I think anyone in
I
chat
say to
might.
Ozark in character.
Oh yeah, totally. I love knowing everything about what you're planning against the tyrant.
You have
One
Discord,
may
bro?
sacrifice a piece of something related to a different event. Good thing Chad is a hoarder. Hang on.
True. Chad is a hoarder. You'd expect like a homeless guy to roll light? Nuh-uh. He collects everything. Throws it all in one dumpster that he knows never gets taken out. Just,
That's the secret storage locker.
yeah. Let us play some more soft piano music.
Oh man, I wish I had a better way to think about this. I have Miros' smithing tools. What from that far back would be helpful to us?
A good smith.
What
To
were
bring
those
to the
tools?
city.
Yeah, what were those tools used by, or who, or?
I mean, it was Miros. I don't know what the hell they were ever used for.
Mm.
It was probably like what backstory?
You
He
could
was
ask
a
it what was the
literal
best
smith.
item that these items created, right? You could ask it something like that, right?
I do like looking for a master smith. Miros would have liked that. He got us in the air. He might as well get us some hammers. Yeah, I would. Chad would, because at this point he hadn't gone and checked his locker, right? So he would go and check his locker, which has anything been misplaced, removed. Chad would not check for the mithril first. Chad would immediately go to his pile of like fucking hoarder trinkets.
All your garbage is there. Even
Yes.
your mithril.
Excellent. Trinkets.
Sure.
That's the garbage at this point. What are we going to do with that? But Chad sighs and is like, thank God we at least have something here. He's going to grab, knowing that I need something important, the smithing tools that once belonged to his friend Neuros, and see if we can find ourselves a master smith, because that's been like secondary objective for... Oh god, John, the first mission I did on the raid team, we came back with that smithing crap. That was episode like 4, 5, 6.
I don't know.
So, yeah, we need a smith.
Yeah, if only we Stung knew one that was currently crafting his master crafted half plate.
we
A
had-
refugee currently from a city that got
Yeah.
overrun by thingies.
If only, right?
You know, if you
If
follow
only
up
you
on
had
that
met
one
one
day.
and try to
If
hire
only
them.
someone uploaded all the pods.
Yeah, seriously. They're stuck on another hard drive. Alright. With only those two questions, you guys head to the warehouse. This will be the last activity. You guys will buy a hand crossbow for 75 gold pieces if you have it. Do you have 75 gold pieces?
Yeah, I'm still working out if I want it or not. Because I.
Okay, you
Gets
don't
really-
buy a hand crossbow and instead go to the warehouse. And we grab a pallet.
I
Okay.
drag out one of the pallets from the
It'd
back.
be getting confusing because I'd have like a wand and a crossbow.
It sounds like you don't want it then, Ebor.
Yeah, I think it's going to cause more headaches. It's just because I can now shoot and then cast a spell with my blade singer thing, but it just feels like too much of a faff. Because
That's fair. Okay. You guys go to the warehouse. Ozark's there with you. Another couple wizards are to cast Dispel Magic or Counterspell. Just random shitters who are level 3. Probably part of the task force as well, but you don't recognize any of them immediately. And, yeah. You go to the warehouse. You know how the spell works, correct?
Upon offering no less than 500 GP,
Yep.
the tome will begin to glow. I ask Ozark for the tome.
Mm-hmm.
I hold up the tome in front of me as I have stacked up the precious stones onto the altar and have the pallet in front of me. And begins to glow.
It's like 3x4 fucking pallet, just squares made out of wood. You just haul up real quick and lean it against the altar.
Yep. I use the whole pallet because like it says you can use a piece of an item, but I use the whole item.
Hell yeah.
It begins to glow, and I ask the tome the question: Who stole the mithril that was on top of this pallet?
Okay, John's looking at
Or show
his
me.
secret
I forget how
stuff.
it needs to be phrased, but something along those lines.
What is...
The question has been asked: who stole the mithril that was on this pallet?
Mirror on the wall.
Mirror,
Where's my
mirror
money?
on the wall.
Show me the money.
You look at the shrine. It is the exact same kind of 2 lines with a double V in it. It's just a now stone obelisk, so whenever you flip open the book, it neatly falls into the Y shape that you currently have. You have a tiny little offering disc, more or less, that is on the second V that comes out, which is where you will put the money, and also the pallet that begins to disintegrate before you, it being absorbed in this spell. Everyone is told to step back as far from Nathaniel as possible. Only the wizards with counterspell and dispel magic are close enough to cast their spells. And John rolls a secret d20. You have only offered 500 GP. You have an item related to it, but you yourself do not participate in that theft. You watch as the lights from this tome begin to glow and vibrate into a dark, almost sage green, a very dark, dark green. And as you close your eyes, or blink really, from these lights strobing you in the face, you will blink, look at your own warehouse. Your friends are now gone. And see the darkness. It's now nighttime. You look at where the pallet used to be, currently standing there with a bunch of mithril. And then immediately a figure just sort of comes out of the shadows, from like behind or through the wall almost. So he's kind of like facing you. It's cloaked. You can't see through the cowl. And then the mithril, after this creature just does some weird shit with a wand, is just fucking gone. And then the guy just like Homer Simpson style like goes back through the wall. It's a very odd thing, but that's as much detail as you can get.
While he had stepped out from the shadows, I reach into my pocket for my dark vision goggles.
But you're not actually there. But as you start fumbling around, the vision ends, and you like turn to the wall where he was just at. But now it's just the space where you removed a pallet full of mithril.
Got it.
You look at your friends. You look at Ozark, who immediately casts a spell magic upon you.
Oh no, I feel fine. Thank you, though.
You're
it
welcome.
was a wizard who stepped out of the shadows and cast a teleportation magic on the mithril, and then walked back through the wall. It was dark, so I couldn't see much, but that's what I saw. Who's next?
Oh, is that me?
I suppose so, Chad.
Take out the tools of Miros, the dear friend, and I turn and bring all the shinies that I need for this book, and I turn and I say, I want to know and see the best thing that was ever created by these tools. I want to find a master smith or whoever trained Miros in using this.
You say that to Ozark or the book itself?
The book.
Okay. Well, there's only one question it will have, and now I have a question. Where are you guys keeping your money that you're removing for this?
I removed the gems off my sheet.
Okay. What about Mr. Rumbleroar? Did you have gems on your sheet too?
I just came back from my warehouse. I've got more than enough money in my warehouse. I remove enough. I got 500 GP myself.
Okay, well, make sure to remove it, actually, as you do this.
Gone.
Okay, cool. What was the best items these tools have created?
And by whom?
You watch as the book begins to gleam with a brilliant bright orange. It reminds you of Miros's color of magic as you are taken away to some sort of strange Renaissance fair like Smith, which is kind of like open air. There's a lot of windows in this workshop that you are currently looking around, and you see Miros hammering away at what appears to be like a very fine set of like gloves. He's currently talking to someone. You're not sure who they are. You don't recognize the person. There's like an old woman who walks past, or an older woman. And Miros is just like looking rather proud of himself as he fixes the plating to leather gauntlets.
Chad would be testing to see if he's actually there, or if he's like, if Chad is some sort of illusion, and be like, Miros! Oh, Miros, it's been forever.
You call out, and immediately the vision ends. You are now staring out. Everyone heard you call out Miros' name, which, as soon as Ozark casts Dispel Magic on you somewhat pointlessly, is a rather grim reality that you got to see your friend who has been dead for months now.
Ozark cast Dispel Magic on me?
Yeah, whenever you come out of a vision, he now
is that going to be a problem with my back?
No.
Alright. Never mind. No panicking.
Yeah. You just collapsed.
You killed him. Why?
His vertebrae!
Ozark's like, oh fuck, I forgot about that spell.
Yeah.
Chad goes, no luck on the Smith. I got to see Miros, though. And Chad looks around and is like, oh god, Igor, you're the only one that knows. Right? Because Leishtung? No, Leishtung knows Miros.
Yeah, Leishtung knew Miros.
Yeah,
Who was the person they were standing with, if they were standing with anybody?
He knew Miros longer than Momo did.
That's right.
That's true.
I would turn to the both of them and goes, guys, I got to see Miros. And the tools, and Chad would look at the tools, which were spent as a spell component.
Yeah, they're gone.
Chad would get real quiet and sad and be visibly just like upset at all this and be like, he looked happy.
That's a good memory to have for someone.
You look younger, too. Like, noticeably less worn and combat exhausted. It was a different Miros, Chad, but it was still your friend.
It's comforting to see. Chad's been through a lot of weird shit in the past, however long it's been since right before the City of Pumpkins. It's been a weird existence recently for Chad.
Yeah.
Good to get a little creature comfort.
Ozark looks at you all. Any more? Any last second visions? Otherwise, I suggest you all either go party hardy or get some rest. This could be your last night on Earth.
Chad upsettedly says, guys, do we want to find Schmitty? Would that cheer anyone else up?
I mean, I'm pretty sure Ozark knows where Schmitty is.
Yeah.
Also, grudges can be, hard on yourself. That's just free real estate, and I share with the group that I have, come to peace with my father, and maybe they should come to peace with Schmitty.
Ozark nods, sagely. If there's one thing I've learned through my entire existence, is that hate is unsustainable and only leads to world-ending disasters.
I beg to differ. He was about to say.
No, I've just remembered I had something on me that someone might want to look at. I've got from a dead colleague posing a question. Why is there stuff? So, if we want to know a deep, dark secret to one of the dark questions of lore,
I mean,
Why-
I can ask it.
Why
Oh
is
no,
there
I'm
stuff?
gonna lose another fucking piece here today, aren't I? Okay.
John's gonna roll a 1, guys. Let's keep pushing it. It's a 5%
as an
chance.
idea, as an idea, I turn to Ebor. What is this that you're talking about? Can you please explain to me more on what would we be looking to gain from this?
it's a question that I've had since I was learning magic as like years ago, and the question was, why is there stuff? It's such a profound question.
Certain odds wisely. Truly, where was the beginning of time itself?
Yeah, so I don't know if this book can tell you that. It can show you who
We could
wrote
find out.
that. I mean, I think it'll show you who wrote that down, but I don't know if it would tell you why is there stuff. I mean, I'd be happy to ask for you if you would like that.
It's the only thing I can think of that is a question that I can't have answered at the moment. Or
I mean,
where is
we
a
asked-
dragon? That would be a good question. Where are dragons?
We already pish posh. That's
Yeah, but
that's
that
old
was
news.
somewhere where we couldn't tame them and make them our pets. Maybe if we could find them and like isolate them and trap them, we could have a pet dragon army.
Do we have an item that would show us that is connected to a dragon?
A book on dragons. Did we see one of those?
Yeah, we
That
did.
wouldn't work with that. In terms of a spell, it needs to be connected with dragons, not like third-party subject matter. You need
Yeah,
like
this
a
is why-
dragon scale, tooth, or fang, or something like that.
Yeah, this is why I'm concerned with asking the question, why is there stuff? You can ask, like, when was this parchment created? You can ask who wrote, like, please show me when this was written on this, piece of paper. But I don't think you can ask it just, why is there stuff?
Wait a second, guys. I just remembered. Don't we have the book from the old witch guy? I forget his name. Grimir took like pages out of it.
That's
What if we learn magic shit from him? Maybe that could be useful.
Wait, what? Ozark just asks?
What?
Hang on.
What?
What are you talking about?
Oh, SpaghettiOs! Guys, I dropped SpaghettiOs.
Lich Tongue just fucking runs.
On it.
So
Wait,
while
Grimir
Aishtar's-
the Grave gave you a book? A book about what?
Don't worry about it, lol.
No,
Grimir
now I'm worried about it.
Grimir
I don't know
took
what
a
this
book
means.
from us. Chad would chime in. Grimir took that book from us, right?
He did. He took.
Abor, I need an immediate deception check, bud.
Come on, Eeyore. We had it.
You're like,
Yes,
oh,
and
wait, weren't we at the Temple of Faisal?
Oh,
Ozark's
Jesus
head like
Christ.
snaps towards you, Ebor. Ebor, what are you hiding, buddy? What did Grimir give you?
There was a book, and apparently it was not safe for other people to have, so he ate it.
He ate the book.
Yeah.
You know, undead don't eat, right?
Or he put it in his mouth and he chewed it around, and then it didn't come back out. So maybe there was some magic involved or something. I don't really know.
Ebor, where's the book?
I don't know.
He just like puts 2 fingers on his temples. And then he like lowers them. Ebor, if I find anything in your room, I'm gonna be rather upset if you lied to me.
That's fair. I don't know where I put the book.
Ebor, is it on your character sheet right now? Ozark asks.
I'm looking right now and I'm trying to find it. I think I must have moved it around when we moved stuff.
Uh-oh. Is it not on your
So-
character sheet, for real?
I did see Mr. Underground in chat. It's only fitting we have an audit.
7 Ozarks come out of the walls. Oh!
I think it must be.
It's
the
in
half-assed-
Sill's house. I found it.
That's where it is.
Well,
Yes, 'cause
okay.
I gave it to.
Well
I don't
then,
have 2 copies on my sheet.
let's hope that I don't find anything that is super forbidden magic that Grimir the Grave should probably not have given you. Ozark says, and he and several of his assistants in the Tyrant's court will go through your room, Ebor. Do you have anything in your storage? As he begins to literally look through your character sheet.
So it's at my mum's house is where the Hephaestus's book is, because I didn't want to keep it in my room because it was implied someone might search it. And the same thing with Sill's book for Grimoire was I didn't keep it on me specifically so I could not give it up.
Wait, what are you talking about? About a different book?
There's Hephaestus's book is at my mum's house in the treasure section of my character sheet. With the
I have it on your Tulse storage. And it says Sill's house. Or Silas house? Is that your mum's name?
No, I was saying that I don't know where Grimoire's book was. It sounds like it's at Sill's house.
That is the same thing. So, I think you guys misplaced this. Because I know you only have one of those. You didn't get a second one. So, either delete this one, which will be found at your mom's house, or leave it in Sill's possession, who may be joining us in the near future.
Because I had Grimoire's book, half of it, and then I also had Hephaestus's book that I was using to copy the spells out of.
That's the exact same thing, yes. He ripped out a bunch of pages. I'm not going to argue with you. I'm rewind 20 sessions. Yeah. Oh, fuck, I deleted.
Are you thinking about Ozark's book with the spider spell?
That's the one that's in the library.
Yeah, that's in the library, which he copied a few pages out of, but Grimir took Hephaestus's book and ripped out half of it. Which you may want to revisit now that you have 4th level spells.
Yeah, that was what I was going to do. But yeah,
in canon, it is at Sill's house, and it will not be found there, because Sill is not there and is currently time-locked. So Ozark can't physically reach it through the metaphysical realm that is the time lock. Unfortunately, neither can you at the moment.
Grimoire's book was Hephaestus's, because you're using 2 names. I'm thinking 2 people's.
True.
Me being an idiot.
Alright, Ebor will be searched several times for any weird magic. And although he'll let you keep Joy, because it's just a really good arcane focus in his hands, he will be on the lookout now for random shit that you probably shouldn't have. Okay, I don't think you have anything too scary that Ozark could immediately detect without, like, going back in time himself. So we're not going to worry about it. The night comes and goes. It's time. We're done here, aren't we? No more? Are we done arguing about looking back in time?
Yep.
Cool. It is the 6th. The day comes. Raid departs. In the morning, you will all gather up, not in the snack room, but in a laboratory. A locked room deep in the basement of the Pillar of Authority. Oops. There we go. Drag that out. You will descend several levels until you are inside a singular cubic room that is about 15 feet in all dimensions. there is the briefcase on a table at the very far end. You will have to walk through a glass door, which is more like an airlock than anything else. You see, like, a very terrified-looking homunculus who is, like, sitting in the corner, just, like, staring at the briefcase, like, on watch or preparing to go in himself. The lack of face, lack of nose, eyes, ears, and mouth, still getting through that this creature is terrified, if it is a creature at all. Ozark shows up. He will, through Mage Hand or some kind of spell, unlock the door for you guys to go through the airlock. Hand you all your runes of recall, which you may add to your sheet. It weighs 1 whole pound. It's basically just a tiny little brick that has a arcane magical symbol on it.
Ooh. Negligible weight.
1 pound. 1 unit of weight, please. Igor doesn't get one. I don't want to give him... No, he's trapped there forever. Let me go ahead and add that rune of recall. Weighs 1. There we go. And Ozark, now that you have gathered your adventuring gear, ask you all, is there any magical items that require attunement that you may not wish to bring with you?
Chad hands over the general's boots.
Do we get these back
No,
when we come back?
Of course, they are yours. We'll just keep them in a locked locker in the armory.
Great. I hand over the Ring of Stars.
Okay. John goes to the armory.
Are the slippers of spider climb attunement?
Yes.
Oh, those two.
Okay.
Chad says, I need a pair of shoes.
So if we take them, they're just going to not be attuned to us anymore while we're there.
Yeah, potentially. This is a coin flip. I'm saying if you want to be super safe and not risk losing them, that way if you, in the case you die, someone else can take what you got. Well, you know the drill.
Yeah, I'll leave my boots of spring and striding at my family's house.
No, you won't.
No? Too magical?
No, too magical.
Alright, you got it. Here you go. I'll take them off right in front of them and give it to them.
Cool. So Chad and Leichtung are now barefoot.
I offer up the four burlap sacks and string that I have. If you would like makeshift shoes, good luck.
There you go.
Chad says, nah, these puppies need to breathe for a little while.
Okay.
Any other items before we jump in and take our first break? If you don't want to do anything, say no.
No.
Okay. Cool.
Is Ring of Protection also attunement?
Yeah.
Yes.
Son of a bitch.
Yeah, I have a coat.
Same with
I'm gonna keep
cloak
the
of
coat on me.
protection.
I'll keep the ring on. We'll see what happens.
Okay. Hopefully, you will have time to reattune to it if it gets knocked out. This is a chance thing. John isn't immediately gonna be like, "Ha ha! You get no benefits, you stupid fuck!" He will be rolling this. Okay. That being said, we're gonna take our first break now as you all walk into the airlock, and one of you, probably Igor, will open the briefcase and take you to somewhere else entirely. So, we'll be right back, everyone. See you here in a bit. Woo! Hey everybody, we're back, although we are missing CK. He said he's gonna be a little while longer, so when he comes back, we'll just, fill him in on what's occurred. So, Igor, because it has to be Igor, goes to the briefcase. As soon as he touches his hand on the little latch, immediately it will flip open and you will all begin to get sucked in. Normally, this would prompt a strength saving throw to grab on to something so that you do not get sucked into the briefcase. But you are intending to go through, so we will just automatically fail those saving throws as you are quite literally saved or sucked into this briefcase. John's turning on new dramatic music.
Yeah, if anything, I prepare myself for this to make a dex check to, like, ride the wave.
If you want to make a dex to ride the wave, you can, if you want. But either way... Oh, wow, it's a 10. You have plus 10 to acrobatics? Well, fucking what?
Yeah, baby.
You have plus 10. I have plus 8.
Oh, you're expert now, aren't you? In acrobatics. Okay. You rush in first. Igor is just... Whoa! He goes, like, head over heels and is just sucked into this briefcase. Igor is soon carried and, like, shot through before the rest of you, as if an invisible hand just grabbed his throat and pulled him in. Chad and Leishtung are next to go, as you all just fly in. Ozark will see the briefcase soon close after that. And staring down upon the homunculus, he will make some sort of witty comment of like, well, good thing they're gone, ha ha! And laugh to himself like a maniacal asshole that he is. But for you all, your vision will go blank black and then become a spiral of colors, of reds, blues, and eventually golds. Chad, Nathaniel, Igor, and Leishtung will feel this tugging sensation, pulling them in a direction away from the golden light towards a blue object in the distance. This will seem natural at first, but as soon as you all get your bearings, I need everyone to make me a perception check. And by everyone, I guess just you three, since CK isn't here, and I don't care about Igor's perception. Perfect from Chad.
The good rolls keep coming.
But Nathan, you got a 22 as well. Okay. And then finally, Igor, perception. It may... 6. Igor doesn't see it. All Igor sees is this great golden light. But Chad and Nathaniel both turn around and have the wherewithal to look upon Igor, who is not going to this blue light that you four are going to, but going to that golden light. Is there anything you guys can possibly come up with in a half second to react?
Can we grab him?
You can
Yeah, is
try.
he close enough to reach out?
Yeah, give me a... What's a reach as far as you can kind of check?
Acrobatics, baby.
That's not acrobatics.
Athletics.
Athletics, I can see. Do you have any tools?
I pull out my crowbar from my burglar's pack. Reach, come this way.
Igor did not see why your friends are beginning to reach from behind for you, Igor.
Would I hear them telling me to reach to them?
You don't. There's no sound as you guys are going through this muted thing. There is no medium, more or less, for sound to travel. This is purely visual. Nathaniel pulls out a crowbar from his backpack, tries to hook... Nathan, give me an attack roll without... Give me a strength check, since you are not proficient with this.
Strength check, you got it.
Okay.
Boom.
Rolling a 4 minus 1, you try to hit Igor in the back with it, but He's too far out of range. Chad reaches forward to grab it, and an 18. Where is John's chart of handy-dandy DCs? There it is. God. I have this DM screen that I literally only use to check DCs for. This would be a... So you should always let me save a DC before you just roll. Because then it would feel really shitty if I say, like, oh, it's actually a rather hard challenge, which would be DC 20, in which case your 18 can suck a fat one. So you're flying through this weird tunnel, Avengers Endgame style, reaching out for your friend Ebor, who got pulled super quickly before, and he's very short. Chad, well, you only rolled a 14, so it's not the best roll in the world. I think you are just shy. You're gonna, like, grab his foot and, like, hit his ankle and, like, bring attention to him as he feels this sensation. Ebor, you're looking at Chad reaching for you, but by the time you can reach back and try to, like, grab onto him, you will be pulled apart further and further out of hand range.
If I'm aware and can see him going for me, can I attempt to Misty Step to him? As that is just a verbal spell and a bonus action one. So
if it is a verbal spell, it would not go off. You need to say a thing. This would be like underwater rules. You need to do more than just mouth it. You need to shout it out and exclaim, Avada Kedavra, to kill a man. But I think you were just shy. Chad, you watch. Nathaniel, you see way out of range as Ebor is taken further and further away from you, as if you are branching out onto separate trails. And before you know it, he's gone. Just...
Did Igor go with him?
Igor, no. He was the very first to go, so there was, like, no way I'll give him a D20.
Just, split the party directly in half.
He saw what was going on, but there was no way he could react. He doesn't have, like, a cool grappling hook or, like, a gun that shoots a, hand-like object to hook Ebor, unfortunately. Maybe that's something you guys can get him in the future, but... Yeah. Ebor's gone.
Isn't Igor dumb in here, too? We haven't got to figuring that out yet.
Not
We'll get
yet,
there.
no.
We'll get there. Yeah.
He has a lot of rope.
He does have a lot of rope, but it's too late. It's already happened. Ebor is gone from the rest of the party. No one with him. The one wizard of your group being separated immediately. So we will take... Who do we want? Whose perspective do we want to take first? Ebor, roll me a 1d20, and if you roll above an 11, we'll go with you. Oh. Ebor, you see your friends vanish. They're just gone in the light show before you, as if they took a separate tunnel entirely. You are aiming towards this golden light. This circular gate before you. And before you know it, you are through it. You feel as though you hit a hard wall of something. Like, it hurts for a brief moment, and then you inhale, and you're fine. You're in a room somewhere, but I first need you to roll me 3d20s. If you roll an 11 up, your wand, your ring, and then your... What was the third thing you said of your attunement items? Your Ioun Stone.
Yes.
So, the first one will be for your wand. If you roll below 11, so 10 to 1, you are no longer attuned to joy. You're attuned to joy, perfect. Next is your ring. You are no longer at +1, and then your Ioun Stone. That is bigly. I think those are the ones you really wanted.
Yeah, I'll turn off ring.
Please do. Your ring, expands a little as soon as you, like, put your hands on this marble floor slash pedestal you're on and kind of just, like, lean over and fall off of. You look around your immediate surroundings. You're in a very, not weird, but, like, ornate, almost to the point of, like, you just transported in time to, like, the Roman era, kind of, or it's just, like, marble and golden gilded walls, and you see, like, weird magical runes floating through the air. And you, like, look at your hand and your ring, and you check Joy, who immediately pops in your head and is like, what the fuck was that? I just felt something weird. And then your ring is now, like, sliding off your finger, no longer fit to your tiny, childlike hand.
I'll put it in one of my safer pockets because I don't want to lose it, but it's going to fall off if I've got it on my hand if it doesn't fit. So.
Yeah. I mean, you could wear it as like a bracelet if you want to do that.
Oh, it's that big?
Yeah. You're huge. No. Just a huge fucking ring. You can put it in a pocket, no big deal. And look around. You see not a doorway, or not a door, but a full-on, like, rectangular doorway that leads into another hall. You see 6 more of the pedestals that are, like, spread out evenly in about 2-foot distances from each other that are just all around here. The gate, the weird circle, like, that you had just shot through, the weird force that you felt, no longer is affecting you. You don't see any dead homunculuses or inactive magical bullshit that Ozark said to have sent through the briefcase. You're just in this tiny room.
I will try to do a minor illusion just to see if magic works.
That's a cantrip, right? Can you post the spell card? Yeah, what's the illusion?
A little stone or something, just something simple, just on the floor in front of me.
You cast your somatic and material component using Joy to assist you, and a little stone does appear indeed. Magic works here, or at least cantrips do.
And then I'm going to make a bonfire because that uses a verbal component and just want to make sure everything works. Like, can I hear myself talk?
Yeah, there's air here, definitely.
Gotcha.
Maybe that wall you felt was just actual air that you would pass through. Or it was the anti-magic field, who actually knows. But either way, you are here now, in this room. What would you like to do, Ybor? You're separated, you're alone.
This is not what I was expecting, so I want to look around. Am I being watched? Is there traps? Is there a purpose for this room? Is what I'm sort of thinking.
Yeah, give an investigation check. As you begin looking for traps, you see none. You check the floor for pressure plates, you look for tripwires, and then while looking, you see in the corner of this room is a small rectangular prism that is, like, affixed to it on a metal rod. That is clearly looking at you and, like, glowing with, or, like, there's some weird little button that has, like, a red light in it that is sort of oscillating between on and off.
I'm going to minor illusion a cardboard box over it so it can't see me.
Okay.
So I'll do that. And
Alright, it is done.
I'll head towards the door now that it can't see me.
There is no door, it is just a doorway.
Okay, head towards the doorway, yeah.
Yeah. You step towards the doorway, look left, it immediately becomes a wall on your left. You look right, and there is a hallway that is marble floor, gold walls, and well, there's a ceiling, but it's just more gold walls. So you're kind of like walking through a tunnel of gold. more of those wispy little blue and white lights sort of just go through the air. And then you see, just randomly, popping out a little stone dude who's maybe like 3 inches tall, with like little arms, like walk through a hole in the wall that's like, would be, just off the ground level, and just like run across it with like something in its hands. And it's just gone within like 6 seconds.
How tall did you say it was?
Like 3 inches tall.
Oh, 3 inches.
Yeah, so you're a giant compared to it.
Yeah, I was going to say I'm under 3 feet. I can follow it, but no, it's 3 inches. That's a bit smaller than me.
Yep. Just a little runner, dude. Whee!
So when we travelled and we got separated, did they were more to like my right, or was it my left they went off from? Because we were heading towards these two things.
I guess, right? It just sort of separated. Space and direction was kind of... If I said right, how would that be any different from your left?
Well, I just sort of wanted to feel like I was going in the right direction, even if it doesn't actually just give me sense of ease.
In my mind, you got taken down like a left fork where they got taken down a right. So that's what I'm going to go with.
That's what I was imagining. I just wanted to check. Okay. So yeah, I'd head towards the right, thinking that's where my friends are, so...
You start going down the hallway. And as you quickly pass like other smaller doorways where more of these pedestals are, you will cross like 3 or 4 more of those kinds of rooms. These like weird, like statue-less areas where you just kind of popped out from. You will come to a real wooden door that looks rather nice, if not out of era design style. It's just like, what the fuck are you really looking at? This isn't like the same doors that I know and have come from. This is some weird design. It's not like there's no symbols, there's no like people being depicted in it, but it's just like, this isn't how a door should be, and just immediately like in your mind like, okay, I don't know who the fuck made this, and that's kind of upsetting. But it has a very nice golden handle on it that, once pulled, will reveal to you the biggest library you have ever seen in your life. Football field, if not bigger, library that just expands out. And football being the same thing over there, like stadium-sized. Several dozen to hundreds of floors, bookshelves for as far as the eye can see, tables that are spread out all over the place, chairs made out of wood, metal, some kind of weird hard thing that you're not exactly sure, because you don't... Well, you know what plastic is. Some plastic chairs even. Beanbag chair, like... Any type of sitting arrangement can be found here where anyone could just go pull out books and put them down. This is the biggest library you have ever done fucking see, and I need you to give me a perception check. Okay, cool. You can begin walking in, seeing no other entrances or exits in the hallway you have come from. And we're going to jump to Nathaniel Chad, who just stepped away, I think, and Lei Stang, who is not here either. So, Nathaniel!
Hello, I have been parted from my group and show up.
I'm here, I'm just stretching.
Oh, okay. Nathaniel and Chad, and Lei Stang and Igor, you all fall. Immediately must make dex saving throws or suffer a whopping 2d6 bludgeoning damage as you fall from a ceiling into a room. Eric, you're fine. You immediately catch yourself from suffering 10 points of fall damage, instead suffering 5 instead.
Does this come into play? Also,
it sure can.
dex saving.
Then, okay, well, you're a 7th level monk, you're fine. Igor and Lei Stang, I guess I can make for them Igor fails. Lichtung also will fail and suffer 10. I'm sorry that neither one of them is here to suffer instead. So Igor goes to 52 out of 62. And our boy, where are you, Lichtung? Where's my super gigolo? Goes to 43 instead of 53.
Sewer paradigm.
True. And you, 4, look around your immediate area. You are in what appears to be a living room of a residential home. There are several windows that show out some nice-looking forest. Well, not nice. It's actually kind of grim and ugly. Almost like it's winter time. There are, like, pine trees that are currently dead or asleep. There are some evergreens and oaks and other things. But right now, it seems to be like a snowless winter wherever you currently are. There's this like mist and like grayness to the outside world as you look through these windows and look around yourselves. You're in a it's a sizable like living room. There's a staircase that leads up. It goes forward, hits a wall, and then like goes up at a different angle. There is another like small hallway that goes down underneath these steps deeper into the house, and to your left you can immediately see just in the living room itself like a full television set, which also is, I guess that's the Ugarestian term for it, the visual pictographicer or whatever the fuck, which is how it's advertised in Tulst. A big old lazy boy, like a reclining leather chair. And beyond this living room is a kitchen, which you can see a back door to. The front door is just a singular, just regular, almost something that you would immediately recognize as like your current door. Like if you look to the nearest door, that's basically it in your house.
I put my hands on the 2 that have fallen to the ground, and I do this to Chad, and then I put my hands on them and go shh, and then listen. Is there anyone else that I can hear in the house with us?
Give me a perception check, please. As you listen, you hear the wind blowing outside. A shutter kind of hits the wall, rattles a little bit. You hear like the clinking of just like what must be some sort of like gutter outside as well, rattling just a little bit, as if there's stuff going on outside, or it's a rather windy day.
All right. Well, I don't know if we're alone, but I don't think our landing would, have kept us quiet anyways. I peer around the corner into the kitchen.
You peer into the corner. Into the kitchen, you will find a rather cheap-looking, almost like it was pulled out of like a dump somewhere kind of table. Not fancy at all, made of like metal legs. This thing could, in theory, like be an outdoor table, but it's just, inside. It has a glass top. And next to it, or not next to it, but there are, I want to say 6 or 7 chairs that's currently surrounded, so a lot of people could eat here. There's an oven, some cabinets, a fridge, as well as the back door. There's a window that shows more of this forest outside, as well as like a grill that's just placed. On the back door, or on the back side, you will see it kind of like steepens out. Your house, the house you are in, must be on a hill somewhere.
The other thing I'm looking for is like signs of people living here. Like if there is a grocery list somewhere, or things that they would put on the fridge, or things of these natures, like a phone list, whatever. These niceties.
You will go to this like weird whiteboard. That is whiteboard. Are whiteboards a thing in Tulst? They have to be.
Deep lore.
Yeah. Like a dry erase board is
the marker
put on
surface.
The freezer.
Yeah.
And you know what a refrigerator is. This isn't like crazy technology by any stretch of the imagination. And you like look at the whiteboard. It's written in some other language. It's not like Klovisa common by any stretch of the imagination. There are multiple writings on it, and then like clearly someone's handwriting is different and reacting to whoever wrote on it first. And as you open up the freezer, you do find like an ice maker, random stuff like just lots of protein stuff, like high enriched fishes that have been packages, as well as like chicken, stuff like that. And as you open the fridge, you find like a case of beer, and like 6 packages of like those 24 carton eggs. So lots of eggs in this fucking thing, almost an absurd level, and a lot of just like regular healthy kind of food stuff. Like the biggest like, who drinks beer? Like what? And it's like made with, it is not like Klovisa stylized beer. It's like some weird brand in a yellow and orange container.
Chad knows his alcohols. Does he recognize that booze?
You don't recognize the brand, but do you want to try and taste it to find out what kind it might be?
Absolutely.
I like put out my arm and be like, I don't know if we should be drinking anything here. This
How
does
many
look like
death
someone's
saves?
house, but is this an illusion? Like I like put my arm between like you and drinking it. This is someone's house, clearly, but I don't know. Is this an illusion of a house? Are we in some kind of prison?
Chad pauses for a moment,
understand.
like halfway to sipping, and goes, "Isn't everyone's house someone's house?"
Thank you. I assume you smugly take a drink.
Absolutely. At that point.
Yeah, it's just some
Perfect.
cheap, like 4.5 alcohol content beer.
Chad shrugs and go, I've had worse.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Right.
It tastes, you're used to like this one type that your bar specifically, and it's more or less like goat piss level. So this in quality level is an increase and a step up, but it's also like not the best kind of like fine brew crafted stuff. It's like kind of cheap, but also okay, it's better than what I usually drink.
I put Chad. There is writing on this marker surface here.
Is there a marker?
I point out that it's in like another language, but what's interesting is so people live here. It looks like this is being used. So someone's going to come back at some point, and I would presume we should probably not be in their house. But before we leave, I was going to go check upstairs. I was going to go sneak upstairs and see if there's a library or books to see if they have books in our language or if it's only in their language.
As soon as Nathaniel sneaks away, Chad's going to take the marker and draw a dick on the whiteboard.
You draw a dick on the whiteboard, no big deal. How artistic do you want to be? Is this a performance check or just a quick thing?
One vein, a couple of little hairs, nothing crazy.
Okay,
Enough
cool.
to get my point across.
You got your point across, no big deal.
Chad
Immediately
replaces the
marking
marker.
it. Nathan, you go out. Give me a perception check as soon as you leave the kitchen. Oh, CK's back. Hell yeah.
18.
Cool. Shit, CK's back. Come here, CK. We need you.
You beautiful bastard.
CK. CK! He can hear us! Woo! He's back! CK, we're live. Welcome back.
Hello.
We started without you because we didn't know how long you'd be, but you were in a house somewhere. Igor has been taken from you. You're just with
any old regular house.
Nathan, Chad, and Igor. Somewhere in
Chad
the
just
woods.
drew a dick on the whiteboard. You didn't miss anything.
It's true. You draw a dick on the... Thanks, Temer, for adding that quote.
It's basically the pillar in Toast, but you know, penis form.
Nathan, you look to the left beneath the staircase where there's a hallway, and then there's the stairs that go up. Where would you like to go? As Stung shakes himself and gets his bearings a little bit more. after falling.
I would like to go upstairs to see if, someone's upstairs, right? Or, what they would store upstairs. I would like to do it sneakily.
Yeah. You, this won't prompt a stealth check. You're already sneaking around. You begin to clamber up the steps as silently as you can. The second one, like the first step, no big deal. The second step creaks a lot, but then the rest is fine as you go up into a small hallway. You see that there is like down this hallway, kind of like splits off. There's like a room to the left, a room to like down the hall and to the right a little bit, and then there is just a full-blown like attic access ladder that has been like brought down.
Oh. Are any of the doors open to the rooms?
No. Do you try them?
Yeah, I go to like the first door.
Yeah, it's unlocked. The one on the left would be the first one. You check in and there's like Nathaniel, do you have sisters?
Yeah, had lots of brothers and sisters.
You recognize that this is a woman's room. It seems professional, clean, the bed is made. There is like a terrarium with a heat lamp above it that's currently off. This is there's like a wooden branch-like thing that's in there as well. But no animal, no insects, no snakes, spiders, things like that. Lizards, maybe.
Yeah, no, nothing living in the room. I close the door, and then is there a light coming out of the attic?
No, it's dark.
Yeah, just the ladders down. All right, well, I go back downstairs and say to Leishtong and Chad, there is an attic upstairs with the ladder down. Like, one of the rooms is like a kid's room. I don't know what to make of all this, but we probably shouldn't stay here to get found out. But also, we probably will stick out based on what we're wearing if we, like, leave as well. So, like, I don't know. What do you want to do?
Chad thinks back to all the disguises he's left in Tulsk from all the different places he's been. Well, we've got beer. And that's as far as Chad's gotten.
I can rummage through the other rooms, but like I don't know how much time we have, right? Do we want to go together?
What are we trying to find in this place, Nate?
Who lives here? Like where we are? Is there a map somewhere? Is there a book that I can read in my language so that I can understand where we are?
John, it's been a minute since you described this room that we're in. Is there like a door leading to the outside?
Are you back in the living room or the kitchen area?
Great question. Whichever one is closest to the point where Chad can gesture towards that door and say, "Why don't we look outside?"
There's a back door and a front door.
Chad's a back door kind of guy.
The back door it leads to the hill, so I suggest that one.
Going to the kitchen, you will open the back door. There is a screen door right out front, and as soon as you try to mess with it, you find that it's stuck and locked, and you cannot get out of the back door. Like, somehow this sturdy, shitty little metal clamp just won't fucking move.
We talking, like, bashable, shitty little metal clamp? Or, like...
Yeah. Looks super easy to break.
Nate, you want to try picking this before I smash it? I feel bad.
I mean, I take out my sword and cut the screen. Attempt to just cut the screen on one edge.
Cut the screen, or at least try to, and that is when the back door itself will, the one you're between and kind of smushing, will just slam into your back and hit you.
Yeah, I figured.
Can you make a dex saving throw?
I would love to.
Everyone is shocked as this back door just opened, will begin to slam on Nathan, who will move away his arm in time to not be crushed by it as the back door shuts and you all hear an audible locking noise. There's still a glass door which shows the screen door, which shows the outside, but as you realize you are in a trap house, we will jump back to Ebor. Also, feel free to message Leishtong about what you know in text as we go to Ebor. Ebor, you're walking through a library. What are you doing? It's beautiful. It's golden. Everything's illuminated. There's magic in the air.
So, I was going to look at some of the books that are near the entrance that I've just come into.
Yeah.
So, I'll see if there's anything that I can read or make out.
Oh my god. Everything you can read. It is written in whatever language of choice, which is your native one. There are scrolls in scroll cubbies. There are books fully binded and some bound and ringed. There's all kinds of books, and I cannot list them all. It is of every single subject matter to have ever been written about, ever.
Is there any stuff that's like magic related, as in casting of magic, or that
If
sort
it
of
it is currently being obscured and hidden. I'm not kidding when I say of every subject matter to ever exist. I think mathematics. Imagine your entire school stuff, and then just like gossip magazines, all like who is who, historiography. Like, I don't have words for this. This is every single kind of book in existence ever. And you just are immediately overwhelmed with the first bookshelf you find. Like, who is this? What is that name? What is old world, like, history, stuff like that? And you're like, what? This is a, like, assault on your mind with how many subject matter and how disorganized this is.
So I was thinking I'd summon my familiar, get it to sit on like the shelf and keep a lookout, and hoot if it sees somebody coming over. Otherwise, I was going to have a look at what is on this bookshelf because I'm curious.
Yeah. You summon your familiar and tell it to hoot. Can you click
Or
find
mentally
familiar?
message me with a hoot. It doesn't have to be out loud. It can mentally communicate with
I
me.
know what it can fucking do. Don't trigger me on purpose, okay?
Sorry.
I know find familiar. I'm letting you cast it out of the goodness of my heart, but don't you dare tell me what it can do, okay? You know my trigger. Don't fuck with me now.
He might take away your gun, okay?
I might. You summon your familiar as John drops the dad vibes. No. We could do sad piano, who cares? I'm trying to change the music. And you begin looking, and eventually, as you start going through bookshelves, trying to find magical stuff, I would normally prompt you with an investigation check to see if you found anything cool, but this hooting will happen damn near immediately. Telepathically or vocally, it will alert you that your find familiar has found somebody.
Okay. So I'll sneak across and see if I can see. Actually, I can just look through its eyes and see what it sees.
Yeah. You close your eyes, see through the familiars as a little drone made of magic, and you will spot a gnome figure walking through hallways, or like the bookshelves, before vanishing.
It wasn't close. It was quite far away.
As it's an owl, right? Since you're a meta memer and pick the owl as your familiar.
It's a cute owl, yeah.
Okay, yeah. I don't even need to know. I know it's an owl. It's always an owl. You. Oh my god. You're living the haunted life right now. The poltergeist is in your walls, and I'm in your home. Yeah. I don't know where the fucking I'm in your home meme came from, but that's it right there. You look through its eyes. It was, the gnome is maybe like 500, 600 feet away.
Gotcha. I'll
yeah.
carry on looking.
Well, it's gone now.
I mean, I'll carry on looking at the books because I feel safe-ish.
Okay. How long do you want to spend looking through, like, your first set of bookshelves? Because this is a stadium of, material.
I want to give this one a good look over, because if this has, I want to try and This is the first one. I'll give this a proper look over.
Mm.
So, up to 5 minutes or so?
For 5 minutes, you will read cover to cover. Every time, like, in your peripheries, you will see, like, different writing on these books. But as soon as you, like, start focusing on it, it will automatically translate to your written language of proficiency. You will look through them all. Most of them are, like, well, damn near all of them are, like, mundane stuff a wizard would not normally care about. You must be in, like, the shitty section right now.
Okay.
Like, cookbook. Like, Gordon Ramsay would love this section, but to a wizard, it's like, do I really need to learn how to cook an omelet? From, like...
I've got a stupid idea. I'm going to close my eyes, hold my hand out, and say, Book of Magic. And then open my eyes.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing special happens?
Mm-mm.
No, okay.
You can preface it with the word Accio if you would like. I know that is a Harry Potter word, but it does not work that way, it seems.
I wasn't sure if it was like on command, it shows you what you want to see or something, but no. Okay, I think this is just going to be a lot of rubbish. So, I'll get the owl to fly up and scope the room out size-wise. Is anywhere look different, or does it all look the same? Like, is there like a darker section, or...
It is too big for the owl to truly get a comprehensive look at this thing. The more it goes up, the bigger the bookshelves seem to get and grow. You are in, like, the realm of infinite knowledge, for all you know. And the only true way of, like, going is to just start walking and exploring.
Yeah, I'm going to talk to Joy, because she's my voice of reason at the moment.
Hey, yo!
Hey, so if we go into the maze, we might not come back out. But we might need to go through the maze to find my friends. Do you have a gut instinct? Because mine's saying that we should... I want to say we should go back, but we didn't see anything. And this isn't a nice place. There's bad people. Or at least I'm presuming they're bad, because this is like some sort of prison realm, I think, because it kidnapped all the wizards. So... And they know we're here. There's people here.
I'm not going to lie to you, Ebor. I can't really see right now.
Oh, I'll pull her out.
There's a lot of magic going on around us.
Oh.
And also I'm in your trousers.
I'll pull her out and be like, oh, you might be interested. This is like a giant library of knowledge.
If that's the case, we have different ways of viewing the world, Ebor. And as a entity that is always seeing through detect magic, there's a lot of magic going on.
Alright. Oh.
Everything around you is magical at the moment.
What sort of magic?
I cannot discern the school. It must be alteration or just arcane energy.
Okay.
It's quite terrifying how much magic there actually is here.
So could this whole thing be an illusion, do you think? Or is this the book's alter, which they seem to do, which would be the magical property?
Ebor, to me, it looks like you are walking on a floor made out of arcane energy as we speak. This is not an illusion.
Got an idea. We'll head back to the door, open the door, and have a look at the corridor. Does that have the same vibe going
Yes.
on? Okay.
Soul Crusher.
I think the responsible thing to do is check these other corridors where they might have come in. If they're not there, then maybe they've gone ahead and we should go catch them up. I think that way we're at least trying to find my friends before going into the maze of books that sounds really cool and interesting.
Tell me when you need me to enhance your magic capabilities by 10%.
Well done. And then I'll head off back the way that I came to see if my friends are in any of the corridors.
They're not. But
Okay.
you have one way to go forward, Ebor. And it's through the maze, if that is what we want to call
the maze
it.
of books and power, that sounds amazing. But I wanted to check my friends weren't there first. Okay, let's go in.
You go in. You will walk for a few minutes, passing by bookshelves, passing by tables. In the distance, you will hear movement. Your little owl familiar, you're commanding it, telling it to be a drone within 120 feet of you. Giving it the, "Oh, alert me if something's coming to attack," or whatever bullshit you want to make it do. I understand how familiars work. They're a waste of my fucking time, but you will... Nathan is tickled by my hatred for fucking familiars.
Oh, I hate them too. It's great. Those spells should not exist.
True. You will just travel. And then, at some point, you will find a gnome with pink hair, just sort of bumping into you, as if by chance or by the hand of fate itself. And, Piddles Wetspot, are you ready to come on camera?
Yeah, boy!
Okay. Ooh. Oh no, where's the nameplate? Piddles.
You were Piddles Wetspot?
Yeah, that was my last character in John's last campaign.
Oh, no way!
What?
I didn't know that.
Oh no.
We were
Fuck.
heckin' bamboozled.
You were hecking bamboozled. There it is.
Fuck yeah.
Piddles Wetspot, you come into contact with a gnome with red hair instead of pink hair. Can you please describe Piddles Wetspot for us? 2 years after Mokapuni.
2 years after Mokapuni. Sure, red hair is fine. Very, his clothes, used to be, brightly dyed, but they're just, really, worn and faded and kind of, frayed. Not like he's been, gallivanting through the wilderness just as much, he's worn these clothes, a lot, and just hasn't bothered to replace them. He's got, these boots on. As far as his clothes, this is the most interesting thing about him. He's got these boots on, right? And they're just covered with string, fishing wire. And on the fishing wire is just bits and bobs, pretty stones, little knickknacks and shit like that. Do you remember that, John?
I don't know. What the fuck?
That was... You thought it was fucking hilarious, because that was when I first introduced him in Sanctuary. That was also his defining feature.
Oh, yeah.
But it was never, ever, ever touched on again after
never
that, so
once after a year and a half of playing. Just never again. Well, Piddles, you run into this other gnome. Another clear wizard before you, because there are only wizards here in the tower, in this library specifically. He even has his stupid find familiar up. Yours is currently on your shoulder as some weird squirrel or rabbit, or I forget yours.
Spider.
It was
Spider
a spider.
was the last thing I had.
Yeah, making yours infinitely cooler than his dumb owl. But you look at him, he's decked out in magical gear. He's got an arcane focus that looks seemingly powerful. He even has an Ioun stone that reminds you of Randy, or, as you knew it, Logic. And yeah, you kind of bump into him.
So is anything about this, the gear he has on him, or being in this section of the library, is any of that strange, or should I You've
never seen him before, and he is clear. This is a first timer. You've been here
Okay,
for like
okay.
a year and a half now, something like that. Yeah, he looks a little bewildered and lost. Ybor, you see this creature before you, a gnome with pink hair.
Hello.
Did you say something? The music was deafening me.
I said hello.
Uh,
I'll turn it down.
Not Nav. Piddles is just gonna look at the owl and be like, "You normie bitches, when you first get here. Listen, guy, I'm not your teacher. I don't care that you're new. Go like that way ish. Like I can't give you exact directions because weird spatial nonsense. But go that way and eventually you'll meet Mother and yeah, I have things I need to do.
One question. Have you seen another gnome that looks a bit like me, but a bit older?
This is a place of infinite wizards across every known instance of time. Yes, I know many other wizards that look like you, but a bit older. You will know them too. And he's gonna start walking.
Well, thanks for joining us, Piddles! Is that all you wanted to do? Was that the end of your cameo? You spent 2.5 hours waiting for. Ybor, he seems nice and knowledgeable. Follow him. Be an
That's what
anime
I was gonna
character.
do. I was gonna run after him, but like sneak after him, because
Senpai, no.
But do I need to
he
play
knows my
walk away
dad.
music?
Apparently, he says he knows my dad, even if he didn't say he knows my dad. He did say he knows my dad.
True. He
So
did,
I'm
didn't he?
gonna follow after him.
You begin following after him. Eventually, Piddles, where are you going? What business do you have, bud?
I feel like I was thinking about this, right? And I was like, what does Piddles want right now? Right? Like why is he in the Library of Eternity?
Mm-hmm.
I think he wants to ascend
Yeah.
into like Eldritch Hood.
What is Nick doing?
He's practicing. He's getting ready for it.
Well,
It's been a while
as
since
you
I've used
begin
it.
heading towards the direction of Eldritch Abomination and how to become one, your disc will begin to vibrate in your pocket. And you know what that means. Immediately, as you pull it out, you will look at it, and it will say, "Bring the outsider to orientation."
God damn it, Mom. I'm gonna turn around. Are you like hiding, or just like softly following?
Full on stealth mode. I've took the out of the way, and I'm hiding around the corner of bookshelves and sneaking.
Give us a stealth check. Come on, Ybor. Alright, perfect. He just bumbles into a trash can, like just one of those tiny little ones.
The bookshelves start dominoing against each other.
Oh, good. I have a stalker.
As a question, do I know
No.
how
Shh.
strong he
Shh.
is?
Shh.
You don't know.
Shh.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were asking me in character. I'm
No,
sorry.
because I thought wizards know how strong each other are, so I wanted to size you up.
You don't get that feeling, strangely enough. You know he's a wizard, purely based off, like, his outfit and stuff, but you're not getting that tingling sensation that you normally do. You're like, okay, look at this weirdly dressed piece of shit. Like, that's a wizard. And Piddles, too, knows that inside the room area you're in, whatever sort of Ozark bullshit that lets wizards know each other is inactive here.
All right,
Piddles.
You.
Mhm.
No talking. Follow me. And I'm gonna go the other direction. Towards the
Okay.
orientation room, I guess.
Yes, the exits. You will walk for nearly half an hour, which really sucks for Piddles because he got so deep down here, only to head all the way back to a nice, obscure-looking mahogany door. It is lit with light blue lights around it. But as you all begin to descend deeper and deeper into it, into these new hallways, we're going to jump back to the boys, the Marshall boys, who are trapped in a house. Quick time check. How are we all on time real quick? Do we have any hard cutoffs? Devin was our hard cutoff. But if we can go longer, I would like to, for just a little bit more.
I'm good.
I'm fine.
I'm sorry? Ybor?
I'm fine.
CK?
I'm all good to go.
Cool. Good stuff. Trap House team. That's how we're calling you guys. How are you? What's going on?
Cozy.
We just
Nathaniel.
got bit by a door almost, right?
Yeah. Nathaniel almost lost his arm to a door.
There's just no decorations on the wall, no pictures of anybody. It's just like there are.
This is a house, right? Like, there's house items here.
A well-lived-in house, it seems.
I would like to look at the people in the pictures on the wall.
Yeah, you see a couple. You see mostly photographs of, like... So there is one of around, like, 5 people or so. Sort of like a mixed bag. Clearly, like, some kind of adventuring squad. There's, like, a brown-skinned woman with, like, black hair with a snake wrapped around her, like, shoulders and arms. Next to her is a, like, pale-skinned dude with, like, blondish hair, but he's, like, more or less... He's tanned out, but he's, like, not one of those kinds of people who tans. Who has a sword on his belt. All these characters are dressed in, like, modern, no armor, nothing like that, just regular casual clothing, denims, belts, t-shirts, basically. Then there is, like, another very tall, bulky, like, massive, huge, like, hits the gym, like, 7 times a day kind of dude. Also dark-skinned with completely shaven head, and wearing, like, a weird shawl. Next to him is a, like, shorter, pale-skinned girl. Just, like, doesn't even go up to his elbow, in terms of, like, size. And next to her is a, nerd. Just a full-on glasses, like, almost afro, never seen the light of day kind of dude. And they're all, like, standing out in front of the forest with, like, having some sort of picture taker there. What was that, 5 descriptions? Holy shit. I'm a monster. I don't have my notes out in front of me. Hell yeah.
Damn, son.
I strike back at the door. So you said there's a glass window on the door. I
Yeah.
take the pommel of my sword and, like, strike out at it.
Yeah, make another dexterity saving throw as the glass forms a fist and punches towards you. You immediately dodge back. You were about to, hit it. It suddenly retaliates, just, like, deck you in the head. But then you duck it, and you're like, what the fuck? This house seems to be alive in a way, Nathan.
Cool.
Based on the next picture. We're just gonna,
Okay.
if you want to, there are like 3 or 4 of these photographs that I want to get through that are important. But Chad, we'll just like go around the table, as it were, if you guys have any actions you want to do. So Chad, you watch Nathan almost get fucking decked in the head.
This door's trying to kill us?
I mean,
Chad,
he wants to keep us in, I think.
Well, I guess it's time to try a window, would be the first thing Chad would say. What kind of window situation we got going on, John?
They're ones that like just flip, like a flip switch that on the inside so that someone could like open and like air out.
Let's
lift up one.
Let's try that.
Yeah, it's locked. You try to budge it and you just don't have like the finger strength to like get a good angle on it to pull. There's one like above the sink you like clamber over to try to open.
Chad's gonna start like racking his brain, being like, this can't be right, and starts looking for other not front back door exits out of this place. Like there was the attic that we hadn't explored yet. Maybe there's some way out through the attic.
Okay, you begin heading up to the attic, and we'll just go to CK
Chad's
again.
gonna say to Nate on the way out, "Hey, don't get eaten by this door. I'm gonna go not get eaten in the attic."
It's a monster house. Leishtong, you go to the next photograph, which is those same, like, 5 people, but now it's like an interior picture of the room you are currently in, where there is now, like, an old man who has joined them, like an old bearded fuck, with, like, hair everywhere, where you can only really, like, see his, like, the tip of his nose and, like, eyes, kind of like a homeless Santa Claus, almost, but just with, like, brown hair rather than, like, white albino aged hair. He is dressed literally in the same leather as the lazy boy that you can like look at in real life. Robert's just fucking with a trumpet. And next to like the same cast of characters in the first photograph is a new addition, a young man, of tan skin, like an outdoorsy type of dude who looks like he has just sweated off like a bunch of stuff and then took a seat. And the short girl's next to him as he takes like the end. Then it's like the weirdo dude, the big nerd guy with like glasses and stuff next to her. Then the big bulky guy, and then the other two are kind of like separated a little bit on like a weird sharing the same kind of chair situation. Who knows who the photographer is, but this isn't like a time picture, but like a weird wide lens shot. We go
another picture.
Yeah, there's one more, we'll say, and we'll go to Eric / Nathan Sadiv.
Yeah, this is interesting to me. The door is reacting to the same energy that I'm giving out. I think to myself, and potentially, maybe I need to have some chill, take a moment, think about where we are, think about what's happening here. I want to go to like one of the bookshelves and see if there's any like titles in like a language I understand.
None. But you can, like, start opening just, random shit.
Yeah, just going through the books.
Chad, you went up to the attic room, which is not currently lit, but you find, like, a string that connects to a light bulb, which you immediately see, like, a light switch to as well underneath that. And you can illuminate the room to find a weird setup. Somebody lives here. The bed is made, but it's like a nice like queen size bed with a bunch of like comfort pillows. There is like a desk, but instead of like a computer or something like that, there's like a crystal ball that's just like resting on like some metal legs, and then you see like a window beyond, like a circular window, which shows you the same forest you were just looking at, but at a higher angle. Actually, give me a perception check. Oh, nice. You see
Dirty 20, not a nat 20.
Dirty 20. You see out beyond the forest, mountains, as well as a town, which is nestled downhill, maybe like 10, 15 miles away. You can't really make out more detail than that with your bare eye, but if you had like a monoscope or some sort of, binocular situation.
Did Chad get bare eyes?
Some sort of goggles of night finds button that he made.
Those are non-magnifying, unfortunately.
Yeah, those don't do shit.
Yeah. But
I'm sorry, I'm trying to close it.
And we will jump back to Lei Stung, who goes to the third photograph. A notable thing, like, the first photograph's tone, like, it was, like, proper, almost professional. The second one, much more relaxed. Everyone was kind of, like, having fun. People had drinks in hand, for instance. Like, the same kind of beer was in the swordsman's hands. And now, this third one is a very, like, close shot of the shorter woman and the new guy, the younger dude, who was in the second photograph, alone. Like, looking at the camera, kind of, not sad, but proper once more, as if it's just those two.
Okay, and just a picture of those two faces
Yeah.
together.
They're outside, again, with the house and, like, the
It's outside.
backdrop. Give me a investigation check for this one, as you truly get a good look at it.
Okay.
Or perception, I guess. I can be sold on perception, if that's better.
Okay. Damn, it's never good. None of those rolls are ever good.
There's something blurry in the background. Like, there's, like, the house, and then, like, to the bottom left of the picture, there's, like, a part of a forest, and there's, like, a weird smudge mark there, which you can't, like, make out. Maybe your lifetime of getting hit in the head has just made it hard to focus.
I have my reading glasses on.
Yes. Nathan.
Because you can't read.
We go back to you.
Sure. The books I'm flipping through, are they all in another language?
Yep, every single one.
Well, that's exciting.
You really
you said
miss your
that there
wizard.
was... Yeah, exactly. You said that there was a hallway underneath the stairs?
Mm-hmm.
All right, I head down there.
You head down there. You will find a, like, storage area, just like an actual storage room, and then below that is a staircase. Or beyond that is a staircase leading downward. It's kind of like a spiral staircase. With just a
It's the
metal
opposite
rod.
of the staircase I just passed. So.
Mhm. And that leads to some kind of weird hidden basement bunker room, almost.
Oh yeah, I go there.
Yeah.
I tell Lei Stung, but as I'm going, hey, there's like some bunker room down over here.
Hold on, I'm looking at family photos.
Okay, I come back and join you.
Nathan, you open the door, and there you find a bug-out bag next to a very shitty twin-sized mattress that does not have sheets on it, bed unmade, and lots of drugs. Like marijuana, cocaine in full-blown packages. This is like some drug abuser's room. And it's almost comical how, like, much is stylized after that. There's also a lot of, like, posters written in, like, a very spicy language with scantily clad women on it.
I say out loud, looks like they have a room for everybody. Interesting. Nathan's not really one for drugs. He closes the door and then goes down the stairs. Or was that the down the stairs?
That was the downstairs bunker room.
Okay. I will keep that in mind as I come back up to look at pictures with Lei Stung.
Yeah. Chad, anything you want to do in the attic? There's only, like, one more room left to explore.
Yeah. What is it?
It's, well, two, technically. But,
Bedrooms.
The upstairs bedrooms, yeah.
What else do I find?
You can go to the one closer to the attic, and you will find a room with a wall of CDs, like plastic discs that just line the entire one side of the room. Then there's, like, the wall with the window that faces outwards. There's a big bed next to that. And then there's, like, a smaller, like, personal bathroom, which is kind of weird. Like, weirdly placed.
Chad checks the bathroom.
Yeah, it's just a bathroom.
Anything in the Madison cabinet?
razors, like a lot of, like, one of those 3-pack razor things for both a male and female, as well as, like, shaving cream. Just random cosmetic stuff. Lots of shampoo, different brands as well. Probably a couple lives in this room.
Band-Aids and Tylenol.
Yeah.
So I had a bedroom and the weird fortune teller room or whatever. That's it?
Yeah. The other one was explored by Nathaniel, which had the terrarium in it.
Chad would check underneath all of the beds before stealing the crystal ball and heading back downstairs.
Okay, you steal the crystal ball. It weighs, I think, 2 pounds, whatever the arcane focus weight is. If Ebor or Piddles knows that offhand. You grab the crystal ball. It's it's made out of crystal.
Oh, I'm going to throw it at somebody later. Don't worry.
Perfect. As you make it downstairs to Leishtung, Igor, and Nathaniel, you will all hear a kind of ding-dong noise echo throughout the house. And as you all kind of instinctually look around for this new noise, you will hear a knocking on the door and a voice call out in common, I suppose, in the language you're most proficient in, that shouts out, "Leon!" And then we will jump back to Ebor, Lador, and Piddle's Wet Spot real quick. Ebor, you are now through a hall, which is entirely odd to you. Everything before you was, like, made out of fucking gold. Now all the hall is, like, wood-lined. There are these lights that run through, like, the bottom and, like, keep to the hallway, which is, like, the only real source of illumination, which is, like, this relaxing blue, almost. You will pass by, like, other light fixtures, which are, like, part of the ceiling, which is also emitting this nice blue, relaxing light, as Pill's Wet Spot leads you through a labyrinth, almost. You will pass chambers, such as, like a big ol' fucking, like, gaming den, almost, where there are, like, televisions set up, with, like, low seating, where you can, like, see some other people just, like, shooting the shit and, like, playing some kind of a game. You will pass by a nice-looking dinner establishment, which is currently, like, just, there's food and drink, and you can smell it. It smells great. You can just pass through all sorts. It's almost like you're going through, like, a 5-star hotel, almost.
So... how long have you been here?
I mean, a second, a day, years, millennium. Time is an illusion. Space is weird. Just don't, I wouldn't question it.
How did you get here?
John?
The briefcase. You opened it like an idiot. You're like, oh, a free briefcase! And then you just flipped it open, and it sucked you in.
Well, you see, I have this friend. Well, had. Friend might also be a strong word. I had this guy that I knew. And he was kind of a fucking moron. And occasionally his moronicness rubbed onto me. Like, one time I injected myself with this thing, and, like, that's not drugs, but that's a whole different story. But, yeah, in a fit of stupidity that I'm going to blame on him, I just found a briefcase and I kind of opened it. And it led me here. And I live here now.
So you didn't want to come here?
I didn't not want to come here. Did you want to come here?
as you guys are having this conversation, you pass by a kind of it literally just says like experiment room, and you can see like two wizards slash spellcasters like facing down each other in like a weird kind of like not octagon but weird room that is mostly clear of all materials, and they're just fucking throwing spells at one another. As if they're like training for combat slash using mastery of evocation spells. And then you guys just pass by that like it's no big deal.
I didn't really want to come here. I've come to find my dad because he got taken.
I see.
And
I'm not gonna lie to you, he probably doesn't want to leave. I don't know, like, what perception you have of this place, but nobody here is a prisoner. Everybody can leave if they want. If your dad wanted to come back to you, he probably would have already.
You believe him, Ebor? How well do you know your father, the wizard?
Well, I come across people doing things they didn't want to do because they were charmed, because we've met the dryads, so
Are
them
you charmed?
believe in it.
Are you charmed?
I don't know. I haven't met this mother, so maybe that's... And maybe you are happy, but I'm struggling to believe that my dad would have left. Also, is it only wizards that are here? What about other people?
No, only wizards.
What about other people came here?
Don't know. I've never met any. If everybody came here through a briefcase, which nobody really talks about it, but I've always kind of assumed they have, it's only been wizards, but I struggle to believe that only a wizard has opened one of the briefcases, so either they were probably like punted back out, or they're just drifting in the void. Forever lost and doomed. Why do you ask?
I wasn't the only person near the briefcase when it opened.
That sucks for them.
Yeah.
I hope you weren't close with them.
No, they're only recent people that I met, so it's okay.
That's good.
But so everyone here is here by choice?
Yeah. I mean, you can leave. I can leave. I have left. I just like coming back. I mean, look at this fucking place. You don't run out of magic. We can throw spells at each other willy-nilly. We have an infinite library of ever book ever made at any time, ever.
As you say
Look,
this,
we
you
passed that fucking game room. Like, did you see that shit?
Was cool.
got every game in existence. Piddles, you lead him to the great antechamber, the cylinder, the staircase, whatever you want to call it, the central hub, where Mom, is that what we're calling her now?
Yep. Piddles has also embraced his mommy issues.
Okay, cool. You did have quite a few of those last Piddles. When last we saw him, you enter two automatic open doors that slide, even though they're made out of like wood and like look like they're pull doors, they just immediately go into the walls and reveal to you a great big beautiful fountain where it's just some weird like orb is kind of just affixed to. Fountains are shooting out water, or spouts of water are going through it and landing in a big pool. And below it, on a like a plaza, a palantir, a palanquin, sits a woman somewhere between her like 20s and 30s, who is currently just laying down, super relaxed, looking at everybody around her. And there's like 4 or 5 people. Let's go ahead and roll a d20 to see if your dad's there, Ebor. That is a 12. Is 12 enough? I think 12's enough. 50-50 shot. We've been doing this all day. Ebor, you see your father there. What's his name again? Like, Crunkle Lador or something? Gorgor Lador?
Hold on, let me look up Dad's name.
Yeah.
I care about him so much.
Lador.
Yeah. Lestor Lador. Theodore?
Derek.
Derek?
Lador.
Fucking good old Derek shows up.
Are you shitting me, Derek?
Fucking Derek. Of the first of his name. Is there along with 3 other wizardly-like people. Each of them are like holding some weird sort of trinket in their hands. No wands, nothing like that. But this disc that even Piddle's Wetspot has / subconsciously kind of holds onto as his spell focus. They're all talking in muted, not really muted, but like you're too far away to truly make out what they're saying. The woman on her palanquin is kind of like dwarfing them all, even though she's clearly human-like. Kind of like that weird Dark Souls princess goddess lady. And it's just like, oh yes, interesting, good theory, and just like giving them disinterested affirmation. And as she sees Piddle's Wetspot and looks to her followers / people trying to impress her or whatever, she calls out, "Oh, thank goodness the mommy issue boy is back. Thank God himself. Oh, and a new visitor! Come along, introduce yourself. I'm surprised another one managed to make it."
Hello.
You approach, getting closer. You look at all the people around who turn to you, and Derek, your father, eyes go wide, and he's like, "Ebor, you aren't skilled enough to be here. What are you doing here?"
To find you.
You watch him like coldly kind of stare at you as you make your way. And then, you know, he gets, like, bopped on the head by, like, a book the woman was holding. She just, like, reaches down and she just shouts, "Be nice to your son!" And he's like, "Oh, yeah, sorry. I'm so sorry, Ashley." And he, like, bows, you know, like, subservient almost, and, like, quickly comes to you, and he's like, "Thank you, Piddles. What a great find you found."
Called it.
He looks to you, Ebor, and gives you, like, the most awkward hug you've ever received. Or it's like he clearly does not want to hug you at all.
I'm gonna whisper, "Are you okay?" in his ear.
"Okay, I'm fantastic!" He bellows in yours. So excited, so happy. It's like, "Do you know when I left you, you were but a plebeian on the first step of wizardhood. You had only access to the 3rd circle, and now you're here. I thought there was, like, a limitation on who could actually be invited." And he, like, looks to the big woman, who's like, "Well, yeah, we didn't want to take just anyone off the street. That'd be rude. Congratulations on making it, though. You passed the first test. Welcome to the tower." And I'll let you respond, and then we will jump back to the other 3.
What is this place?
You ask her, and she will tell you. But first, we must talk to Chad, Nathan, and Leishtag, who hear a masculine voice call out, "Leon!"
Called out for Leon, right? As
Yeah.
I check my notes sheet and realize who Leon is.
Daddy?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Daddy?
What does that say?
Leon, hairy dude, fights
Hairy.
the tower, question mark?
Indeed.
On the Chad memory flashback. Oh, this got more interesting than I thought.
The door begins to... Oh, shit, where's Eric? Where's other Eric? Eric W. Oh, well, he's gone forever. Never to be seen again.
It's a good thing I didn't just steal from this guy.
A voice calls
Totally
out for
not doing it
Leon,
now.
and before you know it, the door's like lock, which had been locked, unlocks. What do you guys do immediately?
All right,
Do you
hide
enter
behind me.
defensive?
I'm gonna answer the door. Okay.
Okay.
Does that sound good? Chad, hey, slap you on the face a
I'm
little
coming
bit.
in!
Chad
You
somewhere
better
else.
not
We
throw
heard-
a fucking couch at me again!
I go rush open to the door. I'm like, hello. I like kind of half open and like lean over to like hide that Igor is there. In the living room.
Igor must definitely be like in ambush mode with his two-handed
he's
sword.
ready.
That's what Igor would do. You open the door, crack it a little bit so that this person can't see it. And you see a very strange-looking guy. He is wearing some sort of, like, uniform that is glimmering with enchantments. Incredibly muscular. He has a single longsword in his hand that is drawn, but, like, kind of lowered, kind of, like, ready to parry, rather than, like, I'm going to stab the first person I see. You see his face, but like, you see his face and hair, but it's like kind of pale and like wirely, almost translucent. And he has this like metal contraption that connects to his like poncho-like uniform, as well as his monocolor pants, shirt, like he's dressed up in what appears to be like some kind of like battle cloth almost. He's not wearing shoes. He's wearing like kind of like weird socks almost that like fit around his feet into like two groups, like one big toe and then like the rest of his toes. And he like has his hand raised as if he's about to slap something that's going to be thrown at him, and his sword's ready at the side. And he like notices you, and he knows you're not Leon. He's like, "Oh, who are you? How'd you get here?"
I'm house sitting.
No, you're not. The landlord house sits. What are you doing here?
Chad would peek out and say, "You're looking for Leon?" I'm also.
Okay, we have more than one. That's weird.
I'm
How many of you
also-
are there?
There's 4 of us? Chad looks around. Yeah, there's 4 of us.
As you look around, I'm looking at you like, what are you saying? What the fuck? Are you...
Why are you being honest with this stranger?
Because Chad has information that the group doesn't know about that Chad hasn't shared. Chad would be like,
Oh, do you know Leon?
big hairy dude, right?
Yeah, you know him.
I think I yes.
How do you know?
I've had. I think he saved me as a baby, and I'm trying to find. Anyway, very very long story. I'm just hope to find Leon. He might have information about my past, which I am unaware of. Don't do drugs.
Oh. You don't do drugs, or is that
No,
like
I
ironic?
do entirely too many drugs. And anyway, I'm trying to figure out what happened to me as a kid.
Oh. Okay, then we're on the same side. We're not... This must have been a mistake of the sorting process. They probably detected that you had some kind of connection and sent you down here on accident. I'm so sorry for having my weapon drawn. I cannot put it away. So please don't take that as a sign that I wish to aggress upon you. I do not.
Cannot.
I'm sorry?
Cannot? Chad would
Yeah.
interrupt.
Yeah, he just, like, moves his hand and the sword kind of waggles. Like, I cannot be disarmed. It is an impossibility.
Chad really wishes he had his boots that couldn't move. And I would just want to see the physics reaction of I can't disarm him and he can't do anything with my boots to see what happens when the two hit each other. Anyway, they're not here, so that doesn't get to happen.
Anyway. Why don't we talk? You're not... I mean, you're kind of controlling the door, and I don't want to approach and be seen as, like, an aggressive kind of guy.
Igor, you
and-
can put it down. He seems cool.
anyone can insight check him if you'd like. And I know Eric's not here, which really
I'm
sucks.
hella sus. I'm like, what? Who the fuck is Leon?
Who's Leon?
Who's getting insight checked?
Oh
Me?
my god.
Or
Anyone can
damn.
have an insight check if they
For
doubt.
fuck's
You
sake.
know, he seems like a genuine kind of guy who's not interested in fighting you.
homie's legit.
Yeah, he's legit.
You all can step back. He won't mind it if you guys wish to, like, be wary around him. He seems rather confident that he could.
I'm gonna
you know.
rage while he's in the room.
Okay, just rip him apart.
I'm doing this.
Yeah, he approaches and he's like, "Oh, am I gonna get
Wait,
shot?"
does he look
Oh.
like anyone in the pictures?
No, he doesn't.
And not his face. Okay.
Completely never before seen. He looks human in origination, but he's also like, he's got this weird, like, almost translucent quality to him, where if you, like, really look at him, you can kind of, like, see the bone underneath his skin.
He's like fiber.
Yeah, very similar to fiberglass, yeah. And he approaches and he's like, I'm gonna... And then he, like, gets to the door. He's, like, still waiting to be attacked. Like, alright, I think we're all calm now. And he enters the house, and he's like, oh, wow. I haven't been here in a while.
We have
Where-
beer. Would you like beer?
Where is here? Also, yeah, do you need a beer? There's tons in the fridge.
I don't drink the swill. He's just completely elitist. Mead was my preferred drink when I could drink. I'm so sorry for not introducing myself. My name is Miles. I am a warrior of ye olden days that has been summoned back in... Well, I made a deal, I suppose, to combat my ancient enemy. And I am now in service of Ashley, the stewardess of the tower. I expect you don't know what any of that means, and that's perfectly fine, but... Leon is a renegade creature. He's a godling who has been more or less waging a war against us for the better part of... And he, like, trails off at that.
You say you're fighting an ancient enemy? What ancient enemy?
Its name was the Fairy. It was like a...
Fuck that guy, Chad says, interrupting anything that was said thereafter.
I'm sorry?
Chad says, I've got beef with the fairy. We need to talk.
Oh. I see.
Furious note-taking intensifies.
What a cruel hand of fate that would bring you here. Eric,
Sorry.
Hello.
Eric, you've missed
Strange.
a lot. Anyone want
I
to
will catch you
summarize
on the
that?
pod. Sorry about that.
No, you're good. There is a man who is here who knows of Leon, who has now entered without showing aggression, but he is unable to be disarmed, he says. He has a longsword in his hand. He greets you. He says he knows of Leon, a creature who is at war with his organization and the fairy. He's like, well, that's good to hear. It is the enemy of all mankind. And it should be resisted and defeated no matter how many times it tries to regenerate itself. I see it's come back to the mortal realm, the material plane.
Yeah, it might be back to whatever plane it came from. It took a piece of me with it. I'm trying to get it back.
It's understandable. It used to be at odds with this Leon character, too. But he has since been not fulfilling his obligation of defeating it as he should be doing. Probably just to hamper us whenever he can.
Why is Leon not fighting the greatest evil?
He apparently forgave it.
Interesting.
Yeah. Anyway, I won't get too deep into that. You are not... How did you get here? This is kind of an off-limits area.
We have no idea. Where
Funny
is
sto-
here?
Funny story about that. We fell literally through your ceiling.
You felt... And he looks up immediately, not seeing a hole or anything like that. You went along with the wizards, didn't you? Did you get
Yeah.
sucked up into a briefcase?
That's correct.
They saw a
Ashley-
magic item and decided to open it with everyone in the room. And guess where we are now?
Huh. You were supposed to be expelled over well, just a random location in the material plane.
I mean, this technically counts as a random location, right?
Yes, but you're not supposed to be here. This is bounded off. You're in a bounded field right now. You can't
Where is here?
get in or get out. This was a house that Leon once was a part of. A magical cabal / family / whatever the fuck. His friends helped us defeat the fairy after its reemergence several years or yesterday ago. Time
Well,
flows funny here. Try not to think about it.
Time to go again?
If it's back, then probably. We will be deployed when it rears its ugly head. But for now, we haven't. Ashley just keeps us on call because she's a cruel bitch and a terrible person.
So we're in the material plane right now?
Sounds like that's a no.
Kind of not, no. I was
That's
hoping
okay.
that, well, Leon
Okay.
occasionally shows up here to get something or take something or put something back. And we've kind of, like, made it a demi-plane onto its own, which he can just sort of walk through because he's an asshole. And, you know, whenever he shows up, we try to talk him down, really. But, you know, it usually turns to violence rather quickly. It's what happens when you can apparently see the future.
Chad is
Seeing the future seems
dumbfounded.
Scary.
Chad is
Anyway.
dumbfounded by this
Uh,
amount of information.
I would love to get you all out of here. I just need to, you know, call someone, get a wizard.
I mean, you sure do have interesting rooms here. Like, is there a person who likes the basement particularly?
Yes, his name, he was a spell sword. I didn't know the man particularly well.
Well, you got a lot of drugs down there, so...
He was a abuser, in all sense of the word. I'm told he died honorably, though.
Is he one of the people in these pictures on the wall?
I'd assume so. The last time I came through here, the ferry, I was, like, chasing it, along with Leon. It was a very brutal chase. A lot of people almost died.
Huh. Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah. I am going to make a call, and hopefully, landlord willing, he says, looking at the big easy boy chair, nothing bad will happen in the meantime.
Thank you.
Well, no one sat in the chair, so that's a good sign.
Please don't touch anything or try to damage the house. He will retaliate.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
The
I saw
house?
that.
Yeah, the house where you're in.
Chad says one moment and runs back upstairs and replaces the crystal ball.
Okay. You put the crystal ball back quickly. Miles, this character, the swordsman, walks out of the door. The door locks behind him, keeping you trapped here. And we're going to jump back to Ebor and Piddle's wet spot real quick, and then probably wrap up quickly. Ebor, Piddles, you stand before the stewardess. She looks down upon you from her palanquin, which is kind of just floating in the air, and now kind of beginning to, like, spin, like, rotate, almost as if she's, like, in her own orbit. And she's, like, kind of twisting to, like, keep you an eye, but at one point she just stops and you'll talk to, like, the back of her head. And she calls to you, Ebor. Your name, what is it? Your father knows it, but perhaps you wish to introduce yourself to me? And then she, like, continues to rotate.
My name is Ebor Lador. I've come to take my father home.
Your father says, haha, no you're not.
Shut up, Dad.
No, you. You want to fight? He says, and, like, starts rolling up his sleeves as if he's gonna hit you, as he did when you were a kid.
Not now. And I'm looking back at her. So what is this place?
Oh, you're in the tower! We are the the accumulation of all knowledge ever pursued and ever found or written. I am its stewardess. I guard it. I decide who comes and goes, I guess is a better way of saying that.
So why does no one come back?
Why would you? Why would you want to leave? Only wizards can truly appreciate this place. Back when anyone could come and go, it was a terrible, brutal time. Now it's curated. We only invite people who won't try to destroy us and our way of life. It's not as if we don't help the world still. We just do it a bit more secretive now. Isn't that right, Piddles? I heard you got promoted to silver. Congratulations.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, playing bot lane must not have been easy, huh? Wizard offhandedly says.
He makes a comment about a common arena base game that you all play on your downtime sometimes during community fight night.
I didn't actually hear what you said.
It's a league joke. Ebor.
So I've come because a lot of people have gone missing because of these briefcases.
That's normally what happens, yep. See, sometimes we send our agents out to, Oh, who am I kidding? I'm gonna stop lying now. And she, like, stops the chair, the great big seat, and she, like, sits up and looks down upon you. Her big old book in between her arms, kind of, like, underneath her chest. Ebor, your world is about to enter a repeat of history, where a bunch of really powerful creatures are going to enter it, and likely, in the combat coming, destroy several thousand, I believe? I don't know offhand what the current population of the material world is. But here, we can preserve some of that life. Wizards, specifically, can be both evil bastards underneath the tyranny that is Ozark, the current Lich Wizard, but even his predecessor, Hephaestus, wasn't that great of a guy. And there was a period where there were no Lich Wizards, and the world was fantastic. Human population, never been higher. Magical beasts, never been lower in such destructive capabilities. We, the Guardians of the Tower, managed to keep back whatever cataclysmic threat would ruin that stability. And it was a good time for all. Everyone was safe, everyone was happy, nations could grow and prosper and go to war with each other, and still it would not be as destructive as when it was when the Lich Wizards were around. A new age is coming. That means widespread war on a magical level that will rewrite the world in a way. We must preserve at least some of these lives. It is our duty as protectors of the world and the ley lines which connect our tower to it.
What's bringing this new age?
The world cycles. The time is cyclical in a way. Gods come in, and greater abstraction gets loose, a fairy gets released. Gods, aspects of the world begin to fuck around, and the entire world would find out. It is a terrible time whenever a new age begins, because all creatures who are heavily invested in the current way of things begin to act against those who would change it. It is the law of casualty and counterbalance. And she lets out a heavy sigh. We are a neutral party here in the tower. We don't change too much. We don't push aside forward. We don't mess around. We are contained, and we preserve all knowledge, all records. And anyone who has a similar goal and the power to help us is invited to help. Is that something you're interested in, Ebor?
Shouldn't we be out there trying to save the world?
We do, just not publicly. The people of the world will come and go, Ebor, but the world itself will usually stay. So long as there is no world-shattering events, we won't step in. We will assist when we can from the shadows. We'll throw the random fireball, which will get mentioned as like a meteor in the annals of history, and then we'll come back here.
But it sounds like you're taking away all the people that could protect the world when they're needed most.
That is one way of looking at it, I suppose, but we don't just invite anyone here. Only people who value intelligence, who can make rational decisions beyond emotions, and who also can tap into the same source of power that we all can. Wizards, for the most part. Do I really want our kind to be wasted by the machinations of Ozark? He's a madman. He's evil. He only cares about his own power and wealth. His origins are mysterious at best and outright insidious at worst.
He's not the one running things anymore.
Maybe that's true, but in our... And she, gestures to herself and then all the wizards around you. He is the one that pits you against each other. Even Piddles Wetspot, she says, pointing to Piddles, was an apprentice of his for a time, or at least a protege. Piddles, what happened when you followed Ozark's lead? Do you remember Mokapuni?
Yeah, he was incredibly vague. Told us to get aspects of the world for some vague reason. Some vague reason. He told us that, the island would die, but didn't tell us what that meant. And so he instead wanted to enslave a piece of the world with, the world's contract with itself that brought it and keeps it in existence, because he wanted probably that power. We didn't really get into it that much because he's a fucking dick. And he was working with a memory of Hephaestus. And now Mokapuni is trapped in a time bubble or some shit. I don't know. I left that place behind because fuck that place. Almost as much as Sanctuary. If you haven't been to Sanctuary, don't go.
Indeed.
TLDR, yes. I believe Ozark is evil, and he is also a dick.
He is the worst kind of wizard. Wizards have the capability of being good. But when you are... Shut up, Piddles. Just because you were abused as a child doesn't mean we all had abusive relationships with our parents. Anyway, she says, eyeballing Derek immediately. It's like, we all can be better people, as well as better wizards. Now, what do you say, Ebor? Maybe, I won't even force you to answer now. If you go out, look around... and she, snaps her fingers, and immediately a bronze disc will just sort of appear before you, Ebor. All you have to do is click this little sigil, and you will be brought back here, pulled through, it's called a portal, a rift, whatever you want to call it. And you can make the decision yourself. I don't hold anyone here against their will.
Okay. Say that I believe you. So my friends came through, and they're not here now. I'd want to see them first before.
Wizardly friends?
No.
Ah.
We came through, and then they got separated from me. They got pulled away towards some other light.
I will check our isolation cells. Give me a moment. And she just, like, claps her hands and disappears. Her entire body and chair just gone before you. Leaving you with a bunch of wizards and your dad. Who, you know, just, he looks to you, and he says, Ebor, I'm sorry for lashing out at you. Time flows weirdly. I thought you'd mistakenly followed me. I have been given the opportunity to reflect. And although I am but a measly 5th circle caster, nothing, really, compared to Ozark. I have found use here, purpose. I like this place, and I wish you will join me. I'm sorry I cannot bring your mother with us, but we were getting divorced, he says, kind of ashamedly.
Piddle starts laughing.
We were only in it for you, as like, you know, I'm not going to say you were like an accident, or we did at one point want to start a family, but then you know how life goes, and we stuck together for you, but it was going to happen no matter what. Did I really want to give her half of my arcane focuses and spell components? No. This is a mixed blessing in disguise, he says, kind of hopping around. And then Ashley comes back and says, okay, we found your friends. They didn't get shunted into the void. That's good. Sometimes that happens. Terrible accident during our sorting process of sending people back to the material plane when they accidentally fall through a hole in the ground or get to the back halls. But we found them. We can get them gone. You can see them. We can even put you where you're supposed to. And then she like looks away. And we're going to cut back to Nathan, Chad, and Lei Stung. Miles enters the house once more, and he's like, sword in hand, and he's like, okay. Did you guys come here with a gnome with like red mohawk hair? His name is Ebor or something?
Yeah, we know that guy.
Yep.
Okay, cool. He's getting orientation right now to my organization, as well as a free invitation, but you all have to kind of go there so that they can wipe your memories and send you back. Free of charge.
Wipe our memories.
Well, just of here, the last, like, couple hours or so, however long you've been here.
Do they have to do that?
Yeah, they do. It's part of the deal. Otherwise, we're just going to leave you here until you starve to death, and that's no fun. That's just, like, unfair. Because I could just leave, and then you guys would be trapped here. Like, those eggs could go for a while, but no one's going to show up. Maybe Leon would, but, you know, time flows weirdly. I'd rather not leave. You guys seem like good-hearted people.
Chad says, I'd rather not lose more memories, if that's fine with you.
It's non-negotiable, I'm afraid.
Everything's negotiable.
I will step forward and say, well, it doesn't sound like much negotiation is to be had, but I would prefer to spend the rest of my days not in this, whatever this is. So please take me first, I guess.
Yeah, sure. He looks to Lei Stung and Igor. Igor! I don't
stand
know
behind
what to
him?
do.
Would it be inappropriate to ask for these pictures at least?
Yeah, they're not... What?
I mean...
What would you do
How
with
long
them?
have they been? I don't know. But I kind of want to remember these people. Something about them connect with my heart.
I'm so sorry. I cannot do that.
Okay.
I have to... Well, like, I'll show you your friend. We won't do that process until you have to leave. but I don't know what to tell you. This is like a secret wizard club, and like, I made a deal. I'm trapped here. I literally cannot remove the sword from my hand. I'm going to fight until eventually the void collects my consciousness for its own machination. I'm screwed. But you guys don't have to make that mistake, like I did. So I'm going to help you along. Anyone not want to do that? Anyone want to stay here and starve to death?
No. Just a little second.
I'm sorry. He looks to Chad and Igor.
Chad's looking around at the party and being like, are we really going to let this guy wipe our memories? He's not saying anything, but he's definitely glancing around like, we're doing this.
I shrug, like, what else were we supposed to do? If he dies, say we fight him, and we kill him. I'm saying this out loud in front of him, by the way.
No, he understands.
Yeah. What's left for us?
There's no way to dispel the house, right? There's no way to get out of the house.
Mm-hmm.
Minus what we have in front of us.
Well,
here.
even if you, like, leave and he, like, gestures to the front door, like, that forest just goes forever. Like, then you're trapped in a forest, and, like, it's dead. If you can survive on tree bark, maybe you can, like, ek an existence out there, but eventually you'll die, right? Like, what's the point of living if you're just gonna... If I could leave and have my memories wiped, I would.
Chad is prompted by hearing the word forest. Fuck, I have too many notepads.
You begin to take notes
an
in real
infinite
life.
forest, you said?
More or less. It's not like a real infinite forest. It's like an illusion. So you'll just, like, continue to go in a circle. But,
Okay,
like, things
so this
will, like,
exists
look
in the
new.
real world and not a different plane.
I'm sorry?
This exists in, like... Alright, so... We've met these things... He dabs in front of me. We met these things... Called... counterbalances and such, and there's this... abstraction called...
Yeah, I guess. And then
Yeah.
you watch his eyes, like, widen up. Like, mad. Like, super dilate. He turns immediately, and you all watch in just... I guess everyone just make me a quick dexterity saving throw to see who reacts the least. As a tree branch, or tree trunk, really, comes flying through the forest towards him. Okay. Eric, you don't fail your dex saves at all. Rumble Roar, Chad. Rumble Roar is Chad, excuse me. CK is Lei Stung. Igor is beating Lei Stung. So all of you will kind of react, but CK, you're like mid-sentence, or Lei Stung is mid-sentence, when a tree trunk the size of a, well, tree that's just been, like, chopped from, like, stump to where real branches would be, so maybe, like, 6 foot of tree is just hurled through the door like a fucking javelin, and slams into this guy, who will make his own save, failing massively with just an 11, and is just hammered and flies through the house. The tree trunk itself bounces, almost hits all of you as it begins to, like, turn around and, like, just collapse. And Miles is just, like, embedded in the back door, which immediately begins to punch him in the head. And the door is open, and someone is... Well, you don't really hear him coming, but you can feel this presence approach.
Is Miles completely fucked by this tree currently?
He seems to be just getting hit by, like, a glass hand that's just, like, growing kind of like some weird liquid. But he is currently alive and not unconscious, yes.
Oh, so he would see me taking one of the picture frames and trying to frisbee chuck it out through the front door to see if we could get them out the front door alive?
Yeah, he'll see it, totally.
Yeah.
Quickly,
Well, I wonder
quickly,
what
make
for that.
decisions!
we
I'm
can't
gonna
have
go
all
push the tree trunk off of him. I was like, holy shit.
The tree trunk's not off of him or on him. He just got hit by it. He's not impaled or like stunned. It's just like now hitting the wall between living room and kitchen.
Oh, I see. Oh, that's the case. Then I'm pulling out my sword and I'm turning towards the hole in the wall.
Yeah. You already, Igor pops his head out, pops his head in, gets ready to fight.
I'm super calm, no weapons, hands palm out, and wait for whoever comes up to talk to them.
Yeah. Well, we'll see if talking is a thing. But you will all hear the sound of hooves on wood, the wooden deck out front, clipping and clopping once, as a creature around 7 feet tallish, bulging with muscles as though he could rip a person in half alone, wielding a club that's just a big old great club, as if a tree branch had been like slapped and carved into a singular edge. A great stench, as if like a wild animal just begins to waft into the room. Hairy, huge creature just sticks his head underneath the doorway, looks at all of you.
Chad immediately points and goes, Leon!
You will look at him, match his gaze. Chad, I need you to make me a wisdom saving throw.
Oh, Chad is actually kind of wise.
Ooh.
Not today.
No, he's not.
Oh.
Not today.
Papa?
Hang
All
on,
of
wait,
you
what
will
can I...
look-
Wait, before
Oh, yeah?
anything
Are you
hits,
lucky?
What... No.
Nathaniel
I need to see-
luck, Nathaniel?
Oh, can I give that to other people?
I don't fucking think so, but if you can, now would be
think
the
that's the
time.
case.
I don't think I have any way of saving
Whenever
that.
you make a check, you can choose. Yeah.
I got nothing.
You will all watch as Chad just loses balance entirely. Chad, your mind feels as if you are like spinning immediately. Just your eyes become unfocused. You're just looking at these two blue sapphire eyes staring into your very soul, and just begin to fall.
Oh, I don't feel so good, Mr. Stark.
You don't at all. You fall to your knee and like barely manage to stay upright before the gaze is just done. Just looking at this creature directly is almost stunning.
Avert my eyes. I go, I mean you no harm. You're the only person I think I want to speak to in this whole planet.
This creature makes a singular step. You hear wood shatter, and just you see the movement of how quickly this thing can travel. Maybe moving at like 180 feet per second. It just goes into the kitchen. You will watch him break through the back door and knee. I guess you'll watch him kind of like a statue being like a kneeing position where he just hits Miles through it. The entire back door shatters and then the back wall kind of explodes out.
Chad turns to his party, tries to stand up. We'll talk about if that fails or not. And is like, guys, we trust Leon. Let's help him.
Miles is just fucking gone. He just got hit by a fucking 16-wheeler worth of energy and is just like thrown down the hill. Whether he's alive or not is kind of inconsequential as this creature turns to you all. Each of you don't have to make the saving throw. He won't look directly into your souls, and he will let out a kind of just dull speech and say, "You all should not be here. Let us go before Ashley sends more of her slayers." And
That's
will
exciting.
walk you to the forest if you follow him.
Absolutely.
I help Chad up and walk.
Chad says, wait, and runs back upstairs, grabs the crystal ball, and is like, can I get this out of here, Leon, or is this against the rules?
Do not touch my friend's belongings.
Oh. Chad leaves it.
Yeah. You will leave it. You will all kind of like turn back just to see like the house sort of begin to like re-knit itself back together. There is like an old man, kind of just this weird furry dude who is dressed in couch leather for the most part, who is like seen just beginning to restructure the like house more or less, or repair it to its previous state. Leon, this big hunking satyr-legged creature, will ignore its existence entirely and lead you out into the forest of dull gray trees. And that is where we will end your guys's, but we're going to jump straight back to the wizards. And Ashley is kind of like stunned for a moment and then looks to you two and says, Ebor, you don't happen to know the name of Leon, do you?
Doesn't ring any bell. Why?
She insight checks you. That is correct, but she's still going to do it. I don't think Ebor knows any Leons. I think Chad has kept that very close to his chest. And she nods like, oh, well, we have a renegade, I suppose is how we call it. Piddles, you remember your dissertation about Leon, who is more or less the entire tower's enemy. He used to be a part of the organization. He is infused with the power of the deer. He is the deer's, like, they call it a godling, but you'd know it as like a scion or a demigod, really. And Leon is more or less works against everything the tower stands for reasons unknown. Ashley never speaks about his motivation, but it is apparent that Ebor's friends, Ashley now begins her dialogue once more, have been taken by him. It seems they more or less transported into his house through the sorting mechanism. I don't know how that's possible. We keep that under lock. Either way, your friends have now been taken or kidnapped or charmed by this enchanting entity known as Leon. Do you know why that would occur? Are they connected to him somehow? Do you know the deer, she says, kind of questioning you, Ebor, which I don't think you know anything about the deer either. She puts like little horn fingers up, like, the deer? No, two heads?
No, I think I've heard of the deer, to be honest, but I haven't heard of Leon. But I don't know something about finding a deer one day, but we've never found it. It's not something to do with me, if I'm honest.
Who does it concern?
One of the people that came through with me, I think, had something happen to him about a deer. But he doesn't really talk about it, it's a sore subject.
How terrible. Well, we will send out our friends to go and look for them. Hopefully they will get there in time before he kills, eats them, or, you know, does some weird fucking pagan bullshit like he normally does. She kind of like stares at you. Well, my offer is still open on the table. You can join us. Or we could, you know, we'll send you back no matter what you choose. And if you wish to join us again eventually, there will be an expiration date on the disc. You won't be able to make it back. It will be what it will be. Would you like that?
Yeah, I was just sort of expecting to wait for my friends before making a decision.
Oh, you could stay here if you'd like and look about the tower. Piddles, you two seem to get along great. Why don't you take them around? Show them some cool things. Check out some neat books. I know you're into being an eldritch abomination. Transmutations, fun, fun, fun. She looks at you, Piddles, and of course you don't want to do this, but...
All right, guy, come on. I had emotionally abusive and emotionally distant parent too. I can give you some tips. What
Derek
type of
looks
magic are you
hurt.
into? I'll take you to that section.
Conjuration.
All right, this way. Yo, do you
Okay.
know anything about the Fae?
We will end our session there then with that question. Do you know anything about the Fae? With Ebor Lador, Piddle's Wet Spot heading deeper into the archives of the tower. With Nathaniel, Igor, Chad, and Lei Stung heading off into who knows where after Leon, we will end it here. Guys, thank you all so much for joining us. Are we gonna do what do we like about the session? Or, we're an hour over.
Sure thing, John. I'm right here.
Go for it, Eric.
I love that you have so many threads going on, and then characters get to make good, strong choices at every moment. It's great. Thank you.
No problem.
Yeah. Thanks
Chad.
for coming to the daddy stream. Daddy stream. Oh, fuck. I gotta go.
Oh, no.
All dads all the time.
I'm in your house, as Lichtung likes to say.
This dream sequence, all the threads,
They're coming together.
more questions than answers, unfortunately, but yep. This was a good one. I really, really, really wish there was more time to play around in this world, even though we're over an hour late.
I know. Ebor, any compliments to the chef, or didn't I find familiar rant? That?
It's just
Fucking hate
I
that.
don't know.
I don't know why you hate it so much.
I just don't know what's gonna happen. You've given Ebo what he wants, but he's got friends and he wanted to save the world, but it's kind of the place I
shit.
think he'd want to be. But I don't know if
Yeah. It's a reason why a lot of wizards aren't going back.
yeah.
Oh, I'm safe here? Great.
Eric, I want to thank you personally for joining us this Monday. I don't know if you'll make a cameo again next time or what have you. But
Cameo, by the way.
I know I'll
What
be seeing you
walkaway
Thursday.
music? I had 3 different walkaway
From the
musics
Hulk,
queued
right?
up. No, I had "Take Me Home, Country Roads" because that's a callback, and then I went to "Poker Face" by Lady Gaga, but that was in a really weird key. And then I couldn't come up with anything sassier. So, like, what is the walkaway music for Piddle's Wet Spot?
Well, I'm queer, so Lady Gaga, it has to be Lady Gaga. Give me Poker Face on the way out.
Poker
Or
face.
Alejandro.
Oh, that also might be a
Solid.
more fun Ale.
Eric, what did you enjoy about this session? Did you enjoy being a cameo?
Yes, I enjoyed being an asshole again with Piddle's Wet Spot. I hope everybody else enjoyed that too. I saw some laughs. He's a bit of a dick. I also enjoyed you bringing me on as a cameo on not my regular night, and you managed yet again to brain blast me, and because I know the meta knowledge, my brain, I have all the threads and they're coming in, and I'm like, I got my wish to fucking ascend, John. You made
Thank
it
you.
true.
Just so everyone knows, I'm gonna brag now because this is what I enjoy about myself. I did not have any notes pulled up for any of that. Oh my fucking god. Yes! It feels so good not stopping and being like, what does this
All right.
spell do?
Which folder did I put it
That's
in?
what happens
Nope,
when you
not
don't wear
this one.
pants.
It's true. John he flies by the seat of his pants, and those things are long gone. I'm nude from okay. We're gonna cut it there.
Anyway.
I will be seeing you guys Wednesday with Apollo_Nick as I resume my adventure as Wick Moss, the weird Fey boy who just wants to die. And then after that, we have a Discovery team, we have the Cavemen boys, the Boogaloo boys, and then we have the political team. So lots of D&D. We're going to be just going at it until we die. So thank you all so much for joining. People, VOD watchers, thank you all. Shadow, if you're out there, I'll see you Wednesday. And as always, fucking don't die.
Don't die.
Loser. Oh, damn. All right. See you guys later.